The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we live in. And somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant, stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you could never speak for black folks. Fake ass pandering, trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye, Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye. We don't need her. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and all go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg is suck dick with that stop and frisk. Bitch, you ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, they get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me.
I'm talking about shout out going crazy. People going crazy in them motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it's nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the bed. Man made the car. Carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to kick us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water like the 7 Omega. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. Man make them happy because man make them dark. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world.
I'm talking about shout out going crazy. People going crazy in them motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it's nothing. Nothing. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl, and I'm baby boy. And man makes them happy, because man makes them gone. But after man make everything, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world. But
Greetings, Black family, greetings, and thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Che and Crumman, and we're joined with our other host, Lady Che. And on this season 5, episode 7, part 3, part 3 of the Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing the topics we didn't get to in part 2, and that is Black Panther movement holds armed rally to support Rodney Hinton Jr., who faces death penalty in Cincinnati, Ohio. Then Representative Jasmine Croccachitt says Democrat donors already selected their safe white boy candidate. Then we got taking the message to your own street. Newark's mayor gets arrested protesting ICE facility. Newark Mayor Ross Baraka arrested for visiting ICE jail, slams Trump's administration, insane abuse of power. Anna Navarro, in anger, brought up slavery when Black man spoke about illegal immigrants going home. Joe Budden crew comes out against reparations. MS-13 migrant riot, prison riot. Illegal immigrants injure multiple prison guards in Virginia. And our unhoused neighbor news and our illegal migrant news. So those are the topics for tonight. Make sure y'all like and subscribe to Frontline Black News. So I'm gonna hop right into it. So like I said, the Black Panthers are showing a sign of support for our brother Rodney Hinton Jr. down in Cincinnati, Ohio. So we're gonna play a clip of them holding an armed rally down there.
His law says they got immunity. Well, they're not immune anymore. And Rodney King is sending the message and had the courage to carry out that which we got in our minds and didn't have the courage. But I'm telling you, we're saying he ain't standing by himself. Can I get an amen?
Amen.
And see, now, they say that they are going to use their justice system because they are concerned and they might want to kill Rodney for avenging his son. We here to say, no, sir. No, sir. Now you do that, other things are gonna happen.
No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace. It's our house. Whose house? Whose house? Whose house? Whose house? Say his name.
Rodney Hinton.
Say his name.
Rodney Hinton.
Say his name.
Rodney Hinton.
Say his name.
Rodney Hinton. And we're not gonna only say his name, we're gonna protect his body. Don't kill that man.
Talking about a race.
Did y'all hear what I said? No, it ain't gonna be a race war, it's gonna be against the system. Cause you got people that look like me and you that's in the system doing the same damn thing.
Break down. Woo! Power! Break down. Woo! Power! Break down. Woo! Power! 2 times. Break down. Whose house? Whose house? Whose house? Who's got the power?
We got the power.
Who's got the power?
We got the power.
Who's got the power?
We got the power.
Say his name.
Rodney Hinton.
Say his name.
Rodney Hinton.
Say his name.
Rodney Hinton.
Now watch this. Watch this. The whole world know who Rodney Hinton Jr. is. We done seen this picture. We done seen him on the TVs. The whole world know who his father is and what he did. The whole world know the police officer that he killed. Have anybody out here, all these thousands of people, have anybody seen the shooter?
Nope.
Do we have the shooter's name?
Nope.
Do we see the shooter's face?
No.
We see his plaster all over our TVs.
No.
Is that my mistake?
No.
Who's got the power?
We got the power.
Who's got the power?
We got the power.
That's why we out here today demanding answers, demanding transparency. What we doing?
Fight back.
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 365. Yes, sir.
Kill him, what we gonna do?
Hey, let him know.
We gonna kill, we don't get nothing done.
No justice.
No peace.
No justice.
No peace. Black power. Black power. Black power. Black power. Having nothing now. God bless you. God keep you. May heaven continue to smile upon you. Black power.
Who's got the power?
We got the power.
Who's got the power?
We got the power.
Who's got the power?
We got the power.
Y'all know what we're doing tonight? We fighting back.
Stand up for our rights.
Y'all know what we're doing right now? We fighting back. What we doing? 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 Whose house? Whose house? Whose house? Who's got the power?
We got the power.
Who's got the power?
We got the power.
Who's got the power?
We got the power.
You know they upstairs looking at you.
Absolutely, we
You know they upstairs looking at you. Show them what the power looks
We
like.
don't care.
You know they got more prayers going on in that building right there than they're doing in the church house. Break down. Power. Break down. Power. 2 times. Break down. Guess what? Guess what? Rule number 1. Always look up. Because guess what? They looking at you. Always look up at the drones. Because they're looking at you. They're the drones. They know what we look like. But we have no idea what they look like. It's time to fight back. What we need to do? Fight back. Tonight, what we doing? Fight back. Today, what we doing? Fight back. Tomorrow, what we doing? Fight back. Who speaks?
Our streets.
Say his name.
Rodney Hinton.
Say his name. Say his name. Yeah, you know, we're gonna put some respect on it. Y'all not put respect on it, it's 3 words. Bow, bow, bow. 3 words. Say his name. Put some respect on it. Say his name. Put some respect on it. Say his name. Put some respect on it. Put some respect on it. Put some respect on it. Break down. Power. Two times. No justice. No peace. No justice. No peace. Who's host? 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 Who's host?
Yeah.
We are here to support Rodney Hinton. Anytime that there is loss of life, we are concerned. But when there's loss of life and people get away with loss of life, we're saying that we understand why there's loss of life when there's loss of life, especially when it's your son. They're trying to say that Rodney's crazy. He ain't crazy. He's upset. He's in love with his son. He's in love with his son. He does not want his son or to have lost his son like his son was lost. There was no need for that young man to have the solution of him running from the police for whatever reason. There was no reason for him to be gunned down. Having a gun in America is legal. But it seems like if you are a black male in America, and you don't even have to be a man, you can be a child, have a toy gun. Tamir Rice had a toy gun. You can get shot down, and the police can get away with it. See, that may be legal, but it ain't right. And so we're dealing with a higher power. Our guy says, no, we put you down here to do what's right. And if legality does not line up with what's right, then you do what's right. That's going to open the pearly gates to get you into heaven. And so that's what we're in.
The Black Panther Archery Corps is the Black Panther Party's only crossbow archery unit. We basically support the Black Panther Party with two missions that I cannot go over right now. During peacetime, we support with security details, like today. What else? The Archery Corps headquarters is located out of Columbus, Ohio, but we're down here because we got the word.
Obviously, you have some people who exercise their Second Amendment with firearms. You have sort of a different approach. Can you talk about literally the value of crossbows?
Well, one, you don't need a license. Two, you don't need to register. And three, even a brother or sister with a felony conviction can own a crossbow. So, all you brothers and sisters out there who got felony convictions and you want to help out, the Black Panther Archery Corps is for you.
Going forward, you'll be supportive of at least a full review and so forth of what happened?
I am leaning into the 3 concurrent investigations that are going. We have 3 in this city. So we have CCA, we have the prosecutor, and we have internal. So we're leaning into those. We're waiting to see preliminary review of the video footage. We're looking at all of that. It's all to be reviewed. We do not have all of the facts yet, and so we are awaiting it. But what we have seen thus far are per the collaborative agreement spot on.
Well, do you feel confident, Iris, that the level of, protest and frustration, my phrase, it's been measured to a degree, until all the facts come out, but that could always change in the next hour.
Yeah, but you got to know people are sick and tired of being sick and tired. We've been saying it. I've been saying it for the past 25 years when things occur. And in other cities where you don't see this level of agreement, that nothing happens. And so then when one thing happens and everybody feels, that, and so we support we know we need help here, but I want them to know what the help are. This is for Ryan Hinton.
There you go. Great.
You wonder why people cry, fuck the police. All cops are bastards, no justice, no peace. Well, the people are tired, they can't get no relief. They ain't safe in their beds, they ain't safe in their streets. They ain't safe in their beds, they ain't safe in their streets.
Fuck the police.
Get it! From the dumpster that he hid between. Ran for his life, but he died on the scene. And they fired 5 rounds like it was routine. Poor Ryan Hinton was only 18. Yeah, Ryan Hinton, he was only 18. Hey. Yeah. Brianna was murdered at home in her bed. Toledo's hands were up above his head. I can't breathe, the last words Garner said. And they knelt on Floyd's neck until he was dead. Yeah, they knelt on Floyd's neck until he was dead. Well, to kill with impunity, isn't it odd? In a nation where murder has been outlawed. Yeah, a badge and a gun, it don't make you a god. This system is rigged, it isn't just flawed. This system is rigged, it isn't just flawed.
So fuck the police. Fuck the police. Fuck the police. Fuck the police. Fuck the police.
Well, the list is too long if it's only one name, but it runs on and on through America's veins. Don't make no excuse, don't try to explain. Yeah, we all know the power they kill to maintain.
Fuck the police. Fuck the police. Fuck the police.
So you wonder why people say fuck the police. All cops are bastards, no justice, no peace. Well, the people are tired, they can't get no relief. They ain't safe in their beds, they ain't safe in their streets. They ain't safe in their beds, they ain't safe in their streets.
Let's go! Ain't safe in these streets! Let's go! Ain't safe in these streets! Fuck the police! 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 Yeah! Hey!
That was beautiful. I enjoyed it. That was a good showing. Good showing there. Good showing. Shout out to the P. Newton Gun Club. I know some of the members, so shout out to them for showing armed resistance in support of our brother Rodney Hinton Jr. down there in Cincinnati, Ohio, who was trying to avenge the death of his son, who was unalived by a race soldier down there, and he ended up taking the life of another race soldier as a retaliation. So enough is enough of this. Just race soldiers can't keep killing our children and killing us. I think they're just gonna keep getting away with it. The days are over. What are your thoughts, Lady Chain? What I just played. The P. Newton Gun Club. Oh. Alright. So moving along, we got Jasmine Croccachitt. Says Democratic donors already selected their safe white boy candidate. Uncle Phil gonna give us an update on that.
So, you know, the Democrats, they want to try to get back in power in the 2028 election. Well, your girl, Jasmine Croccachitt, has said something that got a lot of people's, you know, attention, because they've saying that in the last election that the donors is the one that chose the candidate, not the people. And they say, well, because they didn't have a primary and all this sort of thing like that, right? Well, I want you to hear what Jasmine Croccachitt says this time.
We voted for a woman, we've lost so far. And I think that that's a natural fear because we just want to win. So there's a lot of people that are like, you know what? Like, let's go find the safest white boy we can find. I mean, I'm just saying.
Those are the callers that we're hearing. We're hearing people.
No, for real.
A white man's got to do it.
No.
Callers.
For real. And to be clear, when we talk about them, I can tell you that there is one specific candidate. I had a donor on the phones with me telling me that all the donors are lining up behind that candidate. So I can tell, and I can tell you it's not a black person nor woman, okay? So like it is, they have, quote unquote, they have chosen.
That last little line that Jasmine Croccachitt said is that they have chosen.
Oh, it's the twins.
Okay.
In the building.
You didn't get to hear the speeches of anybody that want to run. The Democrat oligarchy is already selected for you. Well, what's the point of anybody signing up to run if they already didn't pick the person they wanted?
Right.
Well, why would a person waste their time? See, this is why a lot of people, even black people too, have said, "Nah, I'm cool on the Democrats," because man, they're not even trying to have a fair contest. They're not even letting the people pick. The money people wants to pick. That's not a democracy.
Right.
That is not a democracy at all.
At all.
But yeah, they were talking about democracy this, democracy that. Then listen to what Jasmine Croccachitt said. They want the safest, and I'm using her words, white boy they could find. Because she said the person wasn't black, okay? So the Democrats feel they can only win with a white person. They can't win with a black, they can't win with a black man. Well, last time I checked, I mean, he wasn't FBA, but Barack Obama won, right? And he wasn't a white man. And so what are they talking about? See, the Democrats, you know, you always talk about the Republicans. Oh, the Republicans are racist. The Democrats is just as racist.
Right.
They are the, let me tell y'all something. I don't know why y'all make a difference with the two. Both parties want to maintain white supremacy. It don't matter about, they just have different ways of doing it, right? One party say, well, let all these non-white people participate in white supremacy, and you know, that we got to do that to keep them kind of at bay so they won't turn against us. The other side say, no, I don't want nobody here but white people. That's all the ones I want here. And maybe I'll deal with some here and there as long as they are completely sold out to their communities. But for the most part, I don't want none of them participating. I don't want no immigration of them in here. Only immigration we want is people like the Afrikaners from South Africa because they're white. Right? There's all kind of people we want here. Okay? You Democrats, you want to bring in all these different people, you know, and I get it. I mean, we, as the Republicans, do benefit off of the cheap labor, but still, it can become a problem because they have too many kids. But at the end, both parties want to maintain the status quo. That's why Joe Biden didn't do anything fundamental to change anything. Matter of fact, when Joe Biden got in, he even said that he was going to put everything back to the status quo. And the status quo isn't beneficial to FBAs. It's not beneficial at all. But yet it's beneficial to people like Joe Biden and all the other white Democrats. They are the same. All you black people, they go run out here and vote for Democrat. And yet the Democrats don't even want to give all you a chance to even become a president because they want the safest white boy, according to Jasmine Croccachitt. That's what the donors want. Let's call it what it is. Kamala Harris, and the way she got into the election, it wasn't enough. First of all, she didn't even go through the primary. And you want to talk about women, Hillary Clinton did win the popular vote. She did. She didn't win electoral college, but she did win the popular vote. You got to say that. For the Democrats to be saying some crap like that already, you just not alienated your black vote once again. And you alienated a lot of women that probably could have voted for the Democrats. They say, oh, sure, we know we're not good enough to be candidates, but we can good to show up and vote for you because you just want to, quote unquote, win. And do what? You just had 4 years of presidency. What did you do? If you were so good, and your policy is so great, Donald Trump wouldn't be in the White House right now. Kamala Harris would be, because your policy is so great, you did so great for America. Let's remind everybody, when the Democrats were in office, then when they got to the cities, they started putting a burden on the local economy by forcing monies to go to the people to shelter them, to clothe them, brought a bunch of military-age males here. That's why a lot of people did not vote for Kamala Harris. A lot of it was just immigration. They went too far. They say, oh, we did good in one instance. You know, you can do good in one instance, but other things you do can cancel out the good that you tried to do. That's just facts. That's just even life. But you want to get in and win to do what?
Right.
Like, how are you better when you just had 4 whole years to be better? When y'all got in the office, y'all was making people lose their jobs because they chose not to, make a decision about their personal health. Y'all did that. A lot of people lost their jobs because of that. Y'all felt that Americans didn't have a choice in their personal health decisions. That's what that's one thing people got mad at the Democrats about. Then definitely black people got mad about this anti-Asian hate crime bill, right? Got mad about that. All the flooding of immigrants into the cities and taking resources. Then although the way the economy was going, right? The economy was just not doing good because of Biden. Let's call it what it is, and the Democrats. That's how Trump got in. So why do y'all think that y'all donors can select the safest white boy, according to what Jasmine says, and that people are going to go out and vote for you? I promise you, Democrats, even if Donald Trump is doing some bad stuff, worst case scenario, people won't go vote for Republicans, but they just sit it out. You have more people sitting it out. Now, Trump, some people voted for him, a little bit more voted for him, but who's going to come behind him that people will say, oh yeah, I vote for? Really, there's no Republicans out there nobody said they want to vote for. So you're going to have the people that probably voted for Trump sit it out. Because they surely don't want to vote for you Democrats. You have not learned your lesson. You're still out there talking about immigration. Still doing it. You're still doing it. Now, you kind of quieting the LGBT talk, I noticed. You're not talking about trans as much anymore. I'm not hearing you talking about pronouns anymore. So you dropped that portion of it. I don't hear y'all champion abortion right now. I don't hear that. So y'all kind of didn't drop that. Y'all still immigration, but the trans thing and abortion, y'all kind of then went silent about. But you're still talking about immigration. And you still practicing. And how many more elections you going to lose, Democrats, before you realize you'll never win an election without FBA. Right. You'll never. If FBA show up in large numbers, Democrats win every time. If FBA sit it out, Democrats lose every time. And I said this many, many times before. That is the silliest thing ever. That'd be like me. Give an example. The majority of my audience, according to my numbers, comes from the United States of America. That'll be like me just completely neglecting everybody in the United States of America. Matter of fact, just even pissing them off constantly, my American audience. So I can go and cater to an audience I'm just trying to get, right? So I'm going to say to hell with my American audience and not even do nothing that reaches the American audience, talk to the American people, none of that. I'm not going to do any of that because I'm trying to go get this audience over here who's not even watching me. And in the back of my mind, all right, got them all anyway. I'm not worried about them because I'm going to target them. Guess what's going to happen? Your American audience will just drop off because, hey, you're not really paying attention to us. You're not catering to us. How I look at it, I'm going to cater to my American audience more than anywhere else. If anybody comes into my platform, I'll say, hey, you got whatever stories you're covering, you got to make sure that it relates also with the American audience. Why? Because that's our biggest audience. You understand what I'm saying? The Democrats don't cater to their biggest supporters, which is FBA. And they have every election have been siphoning away the support of FBA based on their policies that they're doing and the policies they're not doing. Just recently, you saw the commotion out there in New Jersey at the ICE facility with the mayor of Newark, New Jersey, Baraka, got arrested. His behind was trying to go in there. He's not a member of Congress. He can't go inspect no facilities. You know, he can't do it. And that was the reason why he got arrested, because he don't have that authority. Only Congress people can go in the ICE facility and inspect it. That's called oversight. They can do that. Well, they started this big old ruckus and all that, worrying about who's in ICE detention. But where are the black congressmen and women coming out to all these different cases that we have? Like, hey, Rodney Hinton case. Where are they at?
Right.
Where are they at? Carmelo Anthony. They don't say nothing.
Right.
But it was the same thing with Trayvon Martin. They didn't say anything. It was the same thing with Tamir Rice. Right. Didn't say anything. Alton Sterling. Eric Garner. Corin Gaines. Sandra Bland. These black politicians, the Democrat Party, say nothing. Whatever happened to us in the system, they said to hell with FBA. But let ICE pick up anyone who came to this country illegally. They're up there fighting with ICE agents. You know what I'm saying? And you wonder why a lot of black people have sat it out last election. You wonder why. If you keep disrespecting black Americans and not even honoring our vote, then we shouldn't honor you with a vote. And that Republican thing, they don't care about that. What Republicans in right now, you see all the racism, okay. And like we ain't dealt with that before. When you in office, we deal with racism just as much. Like when has racism lessened on us? Because you in office. You perpetuate the same racism. Matter of fact, you're worse. Because at least with Trump, he's not dumping a bunch of immigrants on us. He ain't do that. Let's call it what it is. That stuff that y'all would have kept doing. That CBP one app y'all had and all that. Like, no. With y'all Democrats, y'all gonna pick your candidate and y'all gonna lose again. You're gonna lose again because not just even black people, but just people in general know that's not right. That you picking candidates. Oh, so the billionaire and millionaire class can pick the candidates for president? That's not the way that it's supposed to work. What's the point of voting if y'all picking them, right? Y'all act like this the NFL or something. Y'all picking a commissioner. You know, you got the 32 owners and they pick a commissioner or something like that. They vote on a commissioner. That's what y'all acting like. Y'all acting like this the NFL. No, this isn't a sports league. This is a country where people supposed to vote and all that sort of thing like that. The donor class can donate to whoever they want to donate to, but they're supposed to have a primary and the people supposed to vote on that and the people supposed to select it. That's that simple. And if they don't want to do that, that's no problem. Then people can just set it out. And then the Republicans will win again. Until they learn that, no, you're going to play by the rules or you just won't win elections. It's just that simple. Change your messaging. I'm telling you right now, you keep on doing what you're doing, being anti, FBA or whatever, FBA is going to be anti you, and then they're going to sit it out again and again and again and again until you say, okay, all right, I gotta do something right for FBA. That's it. When you do that, watch how many people sit it out.
Yeah, you're right, Uncle Phil. Yep, I agree wholeheartedly with everything Uncle Phil said. And this just proves what we've been saying. This ain't no goddamn democracy. Ain't never been no damn democracy. And the Democrats are showing you that outright. And they keep talking about, Trump has turned this to an oligarchy and blah, blah, blah. Y'all is doing the same shit by letting the donor class, the billionaire donor class, choose your candidates for you. Or candidate for you. So Y'all a bunch of damn hypocrites. And I hope y'all continue to lose. I hope you lose in 2026. And I hope you lose in 2028. I hope you lose in 2030. I hope you lose in 2032. And so on and so forth. Until you get the goddamn memo to stop malign neglecting your base, which is the foundational Black American voter base. And you deliver some tangibles, i.e. reparations. Otherwise, you're just going to keep losing elections. Anti-Black hate crime bill passed into law. Otherwise, you're just going to keep on losing elections. We don't give a damn. We in it for the long haul. We said it's going to be a marathon, not a sprint since day one. So, y'all think y'all going to wait us out? Y'all think y'all going to stall us out? Nope. Y'all just going to keep losing elections after election, after election, after election until y'all get the goddamn memo. All right, Lady Che, what's your thoughts?
I find it old girls' conversation is self-care that best. We should go talking about it. Why do we even listen to it? Like, this isn't nothing unusual. This isn't nothing new. Elections that people bought, paid for, since they could fucking do that. It's not a democracy, it's a fucking corporation. It's a fucking business. They want whoever they want, they approve whoever they want. They think that person's a good fit, they can put their money on it. We've been watching this for a long time. It's never a fucking grassroots. He gets in, it's always some money back, group making, fucking status quo. This is nothing new. None of this shit is like new. And she was telling us to benefit us. She was just saying, you know what I mean? She's telling people else. She's telling you everything. But it wasn't for Black people. You know, like for her constituents or anything. She never talks about it. So it's just another moment of her, you know, getting some airtime.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So this is nothing unusual, nothing new. And even if it was like that, she could have been bold enough to say what it was. It's like we don't know who's being moved around and shaking up shit or who's controversial.
One of the videos I seen, she did name who it was. She said it was a big time billionaire. I forgot his name. She named him outright what his name was.
They want to put money, they don't waste their money. Look what a waste of money was for Elon Musk.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's all kinds of things. The city's good. You know what I mean? So, you know, if they have learned this time with what the donor class does or what they want, you know, from the Musk Trump thing, they get no money. You know what I mean? They never know.
Yeah, but they're guilty of the same thing they're accusing the Trump and Elon Musk of. They're literally guilty of the same shit.
Usual, man. Quit playing fucking passive bucket, fucking I didn't do it, they did it. Fucking ever.
Yeah.
They're just fucking there to fucking confuse you and put her in the fucking nonsense. This is nothing new. Not a fucking thing is doing. No. Yesterday it was like he said he thought the Democrats would be back in office. And now it's like, what you do? So, look, man, it's evident that nothing's gonna really be done for us in this 4 years. In fact, I think we're losing one. If you really want to look at it. Or there's certain things that the government has. We're losing certain benefits. So it's not like we're winning 100%. And if that's the case, we're going to be looking at all these court cases like, damn, you know? So it's not the ugliness is going to continue to go as long as we have this type of shit going on. It's not, unless it changes like a whole fucking wipe down, you're going to be subjected to the same bullshit. Whether it's Democrats or Republicans. Whether they think they get away with halfway statements or not. Whether they bring in more immigrants or they don't bring in more. Whether one accidentally deports American citizens or he doesn't. It doesn't fucking matter. At this point in time, we just have to sit still.
Oh, that got debunked, but okay.
What?
That got debunked. Those weren't American citizens. We had covered all that. That got debunked. Covered it last week. Yes, we did. Last week. But they got it covered last week. Oh, God. Okay, Rodney. Anything else?
No, you asked me. Now you don't want to talk to me.
But that wasn't even about this topic.
Don't worry about it. Sorry, whatever. Just whatever they come at. You get the same shit tomorrow, the next day, the next day after that. The next 4 or 5 years. So whoever decides to want to come in, actually do the right thing. I mean, that's going to be a big ask because whatever money they're taking, they're going to have to answer for it to whoever pays them. Simple as that. Everybody's got to pay. And that includes my team.
Yeah. Big time. She's Budden paid for it, too. Okay. All right. Thank you for that, Lady T. All right, moving along. Professor Black Truth has a message for us. It's about taking our message to our own street. So me and Lady T has been doing for a number of years now. I've been doing it for 12 years. Lady T has been doing it for 5, or at least 5 years. And I'm going to play this.
If you're not already subscribed to this YouTube channel, go ahead and hit the subscribe button now, along with the bell icon so you can be notified whenever a new video is posted. And if you're already subscribed, check and make sure that YouTube hasn't unsubscribed you. And of course, be sure to give the video a like as well as share it on your social media. The white supremacists hate that. And now, the Sunday address. I've often said that anti-Black racism is a group sport. Well, the opposite is also true. Black empowerment, specifically Black advocacy, is also a group sport. No one person or even collection of people can do it alone. Everybody's got to put their shoulder to the wheel. The reason the reparations got put on the map in California is because you had Black folks out there who spoke up. Big salute to our brother Tariq on that one. And you had all of these Negroes in the state legislative Black caucus who got exposed for the traitors to their people that they are. That kind of movement doesn't happen when only one person speaks up. That happens when you have a group of people who decide that we're going to speak up whenever and wherever we can. No one person can be everywhere. No one person can see everything or speak on every single issue. And that's the reason why the Black media is not just the people behind the mic, it's also you. And that's the point of this Sunday evening address, is to ask you, what is it that you're doing locally to speak up for the cause where you are? If there's one area that we must focus on improving, it's to make sure that we have bastions and outposts of Black empowerment advocacy wherever our people are. And that starts with each individual. The white supremacists understand that principle. They've made it to the point where all of these little white supremacist houses are basically single-cell caverns, each individual a race soldier. Well, for Black empowerment, we have to make sure that we have something to counter that. See, what's happened is a vacuum has formed. Not voluntarily, but it happened nonetheless. And the white media fills that vacuum with anti-Black propaganda and lies. White power pays its shills, tethers, sellouts, and suck-ups to come along and to undermine our unity, to do everything that they can to derange our internal politics. Whenever we're trying to have conversations amongst ourselves, there's always some fools who come along and try to see if they can disrupt what's going on. That's deliberate. In order for any movement or organization to be effective, it also has to have coherency. That means everybody's got to make sure that they're on the same page. That's where all of these little disruptors come in. If they don't think that they can undermine your willingness to hear the message, then they'll try to find every way that they can to undermine and otherwise damage the credibility of the messengers. Because after all, if the person who's speaking to you is bringing you good ideas, the best way to kill the message is to tell you that the messenger is wrong and hence everything that they're saying is wrong too. And then that very same person who claims that they're debunking misinformation, how convenient they're also leading you right back into the waiting arms of massa. That train is never late. The reason that these disruptors and other forces of antagonism happen to have found some sort of footing in the Black community over the decades is because white power has been backing them up. It's easy to exploit loopholes in group psychology when racial privilege has given you the largest megaphone. People tend to gravitate towards whatever seems to be a bandwagon. Nobody wants to build a wagon. They prefer to see if one already exists. This is where the white media's hype machine comes in. You've heard that expression, fear of missing out? Well, just apply to economic ventures and consumer spending. It also goes for political and social movements too. People look around to see, is there a bandwagon that's rolling? And if so, I might jump on the back of it. But it's always a matter of which one seems to be the biggest and the loudest. So when you got the white media treating someone or some organization like a big deal, well, they can actually manufacture the idea in people's minds that they must be. This is a way to bestow instant legitimacy on white supremacy's tools. This is how white power undermines organizations and movements, by having people isolated. When you get all of your news, views, and take your cues from the white media, of course you're going to be looking and going, oh, those people online, these people are all a bunch of kooks. Or at the very least, you'll feel like, well, I agree with those people, what they're saying online, but I mean, look at the networks, look at these so-called newspapers and magazines. They don't have anybody saying what we're saying, so obviously there must not be many of us. I mean, there's some sort of march or protest that took place, yeah, usually organized by one of the two major parties or some of their apparatchiks and operatives. They leave that part out. Virtually none of this stuff is ever organic. It's usually paid for, propped up, and presented to you by some sort of big money in the background. Now, this is where Black grassroots advocacy comes in. The greatest force multiplier that any sort of movement can have are conscientious people on the street who are speaking out. That's how you literally make it where the message is heard everywhere. The strongest form of advertising is word of mouth. Whether you're talking about a movie or you're talking about a movement, it's the same thing. People are hearing about it from a human being, flesh and blood in front of them. But what is advocacy? The word advocate comes from the Latin vocare, which means to call, to summon, as in to call to one's aid. So when someone is an advocate, they're not sitting here doing an advertisement. They're actually coming to somebody's assistance. And that's the reason why we have to make sure that we are out here saying that there's a problem that needs to be addressed. No band-aids and no wallpapering it over. But under white supremacy, not only do we have to be our own advocates, we also have to be our own counsel too. But you can't counsel anyone unless you take out the time to educate yourself, to get informed. Now, of course, it's not the easiest thing to do. There's always a learning curve. And for a lot of people, the most daunting aspect of advocacy is actually having to talk to people. Fear of public speaking is a real thing. But you know what the perfect antidote is for somebody who's nervous about speaking to other people? It's to be informed. When you're someone who knows what they're talking about, and you take out the time to make sure that you get both your words and the information behind them in order, you'll find that there's a surprisingly large number of people who are willing to listen to you. Now, I'm not saying get on a soapbox in the middle of the town square. What I am saying is, you know that there's plenty of people in your immediate vicinity who are in agreement with you. But it seems, why not you? Otherwise, you're leaving them up to the propaganda of the white media, and it's going to use its influence because of its ubiquity to force its presence into every space. And they're going to use their power to make their chosen sellouts prominent. And they're going to be calling that person a black leader, no matter what you think. Even though most of these cherry-picked puppets aren't leading anyone anywhere and nobody actually listens to them, they got white money behind them to manufacture movements for them. You've got the real thing, if you choose to speak up for it. See, the white media already knows that their little emperor has no clothes. But what they don't know is whether or not you're going to be the one who speaks up and says, hey, look at this naked fool over here. When somebody breaks the ice, when somebody actually speaks up, that emboldens other people who have it on the tip of their tongues too. Other people who see the exact same thing, but they're nervous about being the one to actually say it. On this channel, I've listed for you a number of groups who like to use the word Black in their name of their organization. But when you look at their funding, where their money comes from, it's all white people who are giving them money. White people who set them up in the first place. Black front people speaking for white power. They put their crash dummy out front to tell you and me that abortion is the issue that we should be concerned about. Or we need to focus on stopping the deportations, anything and everything except for what is specifically for us. None of them ever gets mad about what Democrats aren't doing for us. None of them are ready to chain themselves to a gate at the Capitol building or do a sit-in at the Capitol or anything else to demand things for us. They won't even speak up for us. That's the problem at the top. We understand that one. What we seem to be struggling with is the necessity for people to make noise at the bottom. See, there's two ways to bring a house down. You can get out a wrecking ball and start smacking it from the roof all the way down to the rafters, or you can have an earthquake that shakes it from its foundations. This evening address is about telling you that you got what it takes to make yourself heard. It's not about being the most eloquent advocate of Black empowerment. It's not about knowing the most facts. It's about knowing enough of them and being bold enough to say it. Too many people choose to wait around looking for somebody else to do it for them. That's what they want. It's easier to do that, but that's also the way that you sit on your hands until the end of time with nothing getting done. Black people must relearn to have the courage to speak up and to do it using our own words for our own benefit. So many people have spent so long trying to condition us and coerce us and manipulate us into living inside a box, telling us what is proper for us to say and that we have to do it just so, because if we don't, then we're going to be messing it up for everyone else, especially the next generation. And it's always these bootlicks, tethers, and shills who are telling us that the most. White power's handpicked puppets. Well, we listen to that kind of claptrap, and look where it got us. And my personal favorite is you got people who say we have to make sure we don't offend anyone by reminding people what they've done to us and what our demands are. After all, they taught us. Black people are supposed to be the peacemakers. Don't you know that? White power is at war with us. And what do you call someone trying to be a peacemaker in the middle of a battlefield? You call them a casualty. That's what you call them. So family, I want you to know that the best person to speak for Black empowerment is not me or any of the other people who are behind the mic. The best person to speak for it is you. There is no rule book that you should be looking for with the specific talking points. These are all the things we've been saying all along. And yes, you are good enough. And more of you than would likely admit it should know that if you were to speak to your friends, family, and neighbors with the kind of things that you hear in places like this, they would listen to you. The white supremacists understand the necessity to have people on the ground in a lot of different areas repeating the same message. You see, speaking out not only gets their message out there, it also helps them to drown out everyone else who's talking. White noise, you could say. So making it a point to speak up and be loud enough to get heard, that's both an offensive and defensive measure at the same time. And speaking of speaking up for ourselves, the trolls, shills, and plants, they need not apply. People who contribute nothing to the cause can't run their mouths to those of us who have. And if you're still having your doubts or your insecurities about being a spokesperson for Black empowerment, join the club. That's the reason why I started off with the definition of advocate. Like a lawyer in the courtroom advocating for their client. They don't just rush in. They make sure that they do their research first, prepare their opening statements. They make sure that they get it right. Malcolm X said it best. He said that before he spoke on anything, he had to make sure that he got his own position straight first.
Right.
And you should do the same. You ain't got to get out there and start talking immediately. Take out some time. Figure out what it is that you want to say. And then when you get out there, you make sure you say it loud, proud, and most of all, unapologetically.
Yeah.
Good evening, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors. Cloudwalker Z, Andrew Lewis, Nate Wilson, Omari Howard, and Darren Nooks. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
Excellent advice, Professor Blacc too. Thank you, Professor Blacc too. You are the main reason why I started my own YouTube channel. You're the main reason why I started getting into this podcasting space, starting with the Mile High News, now Unity Community News, then Frontline Black News, Sabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, and the Revolutionary Agenda. And each time I ran for public office, we pushed the message of Black empowerment every single time. So I took everything that you said and put it into action. So yeah. What are your thoughts, Lady Che? Huh? What you say? Oh, okay.
They're tired of telling me what to put, what's right, what's wrong. Now I was going to listen.
Yeah. Says sales and bootlicks, y'all need not apply. So you Jeff Farts, you Roly Polies, and you Lamarck Moist Shields, and the like, y'all need not apply. We don't need y'all speaking for us. Y'all don't speak for us. Y'all speak for whatever party you represent. Candace Owenses, you Tommy Sotomayor's, Jesse Lee Petersons, you Larry Elders. Y'all don't speak for us either. So moving along, as Uncle Phil had already alluded to, and we had previously covered in part 1, Newark mayor gets arrested protesting ICE facility. But we did not hear Professor Black Truth's take on the situation, so we're going to hear Professor Black Truth's take on the situation. Then we're going to hear directly from the horse's mouth why he got arrested at an ICE facility. Baraka.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth.
This is the mayor of the largest city. You are here on private property, on private property.
All right, this is the last. I'm not paying. This is the last one.
Oh, and show some respect. Show some respect. You have no respect.
Listen, Congressmen are different. Congresswomen are different. Mr. Mayor, anyone that is not a congresswoman or man, it's the last warning. You will be placed on arrest. Don't rush in. Don't rush in.
No.
No, please.
We at a gate. Back up.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. Shame on you people.
They're saying that because he was on this side, that they're
Where's my congresswoman? Where's my congresswoman?
The apple sure does fall far from the tree where bootlicks are concerned. Hakeem Jeffries is the nephew of Dr. Leonard Jeffries. Back when Hakeem was jockeying to take Nancy Pelosi's place as minority leader of the Democrats, CNN wanted to make sure that they struck the right tone by calling Dr. Leonard Jeffries infamous. I guess they wanted to see what his nephew would do, and of course he said nothing. That fool's gone overboard with his bootlicking. Bobby Rush was a Black Panther back in the day, but you sure wouldn't know about how he's been talking and acting since he went into politics. He might as well be wearing a Back the Badge t-shirt. The point, of course, is obvious. A lot of Black radicals were only out for themselves, and we really see this in their children and relatives. The Black community has simply not been honest with itself about the civil rights movement and who was in it and what a lot of their real motivations were. Yes, the movement had true soldiers, plenty of them, but those were the people on the front lines. When it came to the people who were leading these groups, we found that white power propped up more than a few of them and got its hooks into many, many others. These organizations were absolutely infested with agents, snitches, tethers, sellouts, and outright traitors. And that brings me to Newark's mayor, Ras J. Baraka. He's the son of noted writer Amiri Baraka and his wife Amini. Now, I'm not going to speak on what influence his parents might have had on him and whether it was good or bad, but let's look at Ras Baraka himself. Newark is a city that's majority Black. It's also a city where Black people are the poorest residents. The poverty rate for Newark is nearly triple the national average. Ras J. Baraka has been mayor of Newark since 2014, so for over a decade, he's been in office. I wouldn't necessarily lay all the blame for the city's condition on his shoulders alone. Black Newark residents have always been ignored and marginalized. My question is, what has he done in the last 10 years about any of that? Last Friday, he decided the best way he could help Newark's Black residents would be to go to an ICE facility and protest Trump using a private prison named Delaney Hall as a detention facility for illegal immigrants. Activists describe Delaney Hall as the biggest detention center on the East Coast. Okay, but whether or not that's true, it still is a personal problem for the illegal aliens. It means absolutely nothing to Newark's Black residents, who are neither illegals nor aliens.
Right.
So why is the mayor of Newark joining in with the so-called congressional oversight visit, which was nothing more than a PR stunt? The congressional members who were there were Bonnie Watson Coleman, LaMonica McIver, and Rob Menendez, the son of disgraced former Senator Bob Menendez, who was convicted last year on all counts for accepting bribes, extortion, and acting as a foreign agent. He's been sentenced to serve 11 years in federal prison. And we can't forget the former senator's wife, Nadine Menendez, who just last month was also found guilty on 15 public corruption charges related to her husband's criminality. This is Rob Menendez's parents, and yet I'll bet you didn't hear a single word about that when the white media talks about Congressman Menendez, do you? And certainly not their little trip that they took to Delaney Hall last Friday. The New York Times, supposed to be the paper of record, they never miss a chance to slip in something negative or derogatory when talking about a Black person. Yeah. If they can't smear you directly, then they'll smear someone you know. Basically the old guilt by association. But with Congressman Menendez, they don't mention his parents at all. Gee, can't imagine why. Anyway, even though he's not a member of Congress, Mayor Baraka decided that he couldn't miss out on this photo op. So like any good bootlick, he wanted to make sure he was leading the charge front and center. You saw what happened, so I won't belabor that one. But here's my question. When has this guy ever gotten arrested for demanding that we get reparations?
Never.
When has he even broached the subject? When has he ever been arrested for demanding an anti-Black hate crime law?
Never.
When has he gotten arrested protesting police brutality against Black citizens?
Never.
He hasn't, and he's not going to. We see this time as Black politicians. They'll do 5-minute sit-ins on the floor of the House of Representatives. They'll pull the fire alarm to disrupt a session of Congress. They'll disrupt a presidential address live on air. They're ready to jump out a window for any and everything except Black Americans, specifically foundational Black Americans. And that's an important point to be made. The problem that I have is not that this guy got himself arrested. That's not the point. The point is, why did he do it? Certainly not doing this for Black folks. He's ready, willing, and able to get arrested for people who broke into the country, committed God knows what crimes, and who come from communities who routinely attack Black Americans. One thing's for sure, Rob Menendez definitely wouldn't be there if it was Black people who were getting rounded up at Delaney Hall. Right. The people going to those facilities have family members who will get elected to office and then weaponize their government positions specifically against Black Americans, as we saw with the racist Latinos on the LA City Council. You want to protest something, protest that. Right. We know Rob Menendez wouldn't say boo about it. And something else that makes this particularly galling, this fool and his pals were putting on a pathetic political performance for people who not only can't vote, they're not even American citizens. Yeah. Meanwhile, the residents of Newark, and I'm talking about the Black ones, are being totally ignored by this guy. But as the New York Times has reported, Mayor Baraka is running for governor. So if he wants the white Democrat leadership to give him those campaign donations, he better show that he's obsessed with ignoring Black people. He knows what the price of admission is to higher office. This is what the Black misleadership class is all about. And for the DNC shills and plants in my comment section who catch the vapors the moment Michelle Obama so much as sneezes, don't worry about your boy Baraka. He was only held by the Trump administration for about 5 hours before he was inevitably released. I wonder how many of the Black constituents in Newark can say that. Right. And no sooner than Baraka was released than he was immediately on television getting in his FaceTime and pretending as if he's the second coming of Dr. King. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was an advocate first and foremost for his people. This guy Baraka is only an advocate for himself. And of course, when you look behind Baraka, you see that he's got his Greek frat credentials front and center. You see who this guy's true constituency is. This is the reason that we don't trust and do not like any of these Black Greek frats. For God's sake, whenever we talk about organizations like the Boule and such, haven't you ever noticed that they are full and overflowing with these Black Greek frats? These clowns, they think to themselves that they're some sort of honorary members of white society. Anyone going to be the one to tell them the truth? According to Newark's so-called 2022 recovery plan, Newark's poverty rate is 27%. That's nearly 3 times the national average. But this recovery report, is hard to read that without laughing. You also see the thinking that explains why Baraka is so ready to jump out a window for people who are not even citizens. It says that Newark's population is 86% Black and Hispanic. So even in their own governmental report, they still have to shoehorn in the Black-Brown Alliance talk, something that you would never see in these majority Hispanic cities. You would never see this in Los Angeles. You'd never see this in Miami. You never see it in San Antonio. They don't talk about Black Americans at all. They don't even mention Afro-Latinos. Now, the Newark report also says that 32% of Newark's population are foreign-born and 48% speak a language other than English. So Baraka, who's running for governor, is trying to get his support in place now, and he's also showing that he's totally devoted to the Democrat strategy of ignoring Black voters and trying to put together a new voter coalition of non-Black constituents. And he's doing it right in front of his own voters' faces. They don't do this with any other group. After the abortion referendums that took place, the white media talked about how both political parties needed to start listening to and catering to women. And after every election, they always talk about how both parties need to start catering to Hispanics. But even after the 2020 uprisings, what did they say about Black voters after they handed the Democrats a clean sweep of the presidency in both houses of Congress? Nothing. Nobody in the white media said that both parties need to start catering to Black voters now and start centering the Black vote. Sure, they admitted grudgingly that Black voters made the difference and handed Democrats a clean sweep, but had that been any other group, the white media would have been saying this election shows the Black vote decides the elections and can't be ignored unless you want to lose. In 2020, they instead said Black voter turnout was high and seemed to have had some impact in swing states, and now we move on to sports. Black Americans and our political interests are the third rail of American politics because our empowerment represents a change to the status quo, a change that everybody else has been benefiting from. This is the reason we have no respect for these old Negroes, these civil rights retreads. Look, these illegal aliens have been taken care of for decades in this country, and this government has bent over backwards across successive administrations, both Democrat and Republican, to extend every possible aid to them to make sure that they can leapfrog over us. Now, I don't have any illusions that the Orange Man or Stephen Miller is doing all of this to try to help Black people. Obviously, that's not the case. But the point is, the mass deportations don't hurt us, and in fact are a positive for us. So round them up, I say. Get back to me when Trump and Stephen Miller do things that are against us, which, by the way, you won't be seeing Rob Menendez getting out there on the front lines for. When the Trump administration and the DeSantises of this world and the Greg Abbotts and others do things against Black people, we're out there by ourselves. What this is doing is it's exposing who and what these bootlicking clowns really stand for. And they don't stand for us. So let Ras Baraka get himself arrested. Hell, let him go to prison if that's what suits him. But don't let him say that he's doing this as a representative for Black people. He is not. He's only out there representing himself. And that being the case, Black folks in these cities better start doing a lot of soul searching about the kind of people that they're voting for. And don't just vote for this person because, A, you assume that their being Black means that on some level they share some amount of common ground with you in solidarity. That's not the case at all. And also, if the person happens to come from a quote-unquote good family, or there's some notable people in their family tree who have actually stood on business, that doesn't mean that they do. In fact, in many cases, as soon as these people start running for office, they immediately turn their backs on whatever true soldiers were in their families. We've seen this pattern play itself out enough times by now to know better. Forget about being governor. This guy shouldn't even be mayor. That being the case, Black residents out there got to make sure that their voices are heard, that this guy is sitting here on these little stupid side quests trying to find ways to ingratiate himself with everybody else. Well, if that's what he wants to do, fine. And the next time that he runs for office, he better not say a word about his lack of Black support. If he wants to know where all of his votes went, tell him go and ask his new constituents, the ones that he was busy getting himself arrested for. I'm sure that even if they were able to vote, they would be only too eager to vote for him. Right? Good day, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors. Johnny J. Martin, Mark Anderson, Bobby Dantzler, Kenneth Johnson, and Stanley Green. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
So yeah, these Democrats, man, they is crashing out. They're crashing out behind the illegal immigrants. So he gonna get to explaining on this next clip. But what are your thoughts on this, Lady Che? Yeah. Yeah, definitely. He's the mayor of Newark. He's been the mayor for like 10 years.
Look at him. You know who he really is. He has why did he vote? Why not? He's not going to get reelected.
I would hope not. You can only hope. All right, so let's hear what he got to say, because he got a lot of explaining to do. So he did that explaining on Democracy Now! So let's see what he had to say.
Democracy depends on a free press. Please support our independent journalism at democracynow.org/give. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Newark Mayor Ras Baraka, the mayor of the largest city in New Jersey, was arrested Friday and detained by masked federal immigration police when he went to a newly reopened private 1,000-bed Immigration and Customs Enforcement jail called Delaney Hall. He says he was there to support 3 Congress members set to tour the facility: Bonnie Watson-Coleman, LaMonica McIver, and Rob Menendez. Newark Mayor Baraka says he was asked to leave the premises and did so. He'd gone to the other side of the fence, the Newark public property side, away from the Congress members, was on a public street when he was seized by officers in a chaotic scene.
Now, circle the mayor. Circle the mayor. What the hell? Circle the mayor. Circle the mayor. Circle the mayor. What the heck? Absolutely not. Where's my
Congresswoman, Congresswoman, she's right in front of you. Don't touch her. Congresswoman.
Get off the bus. Get off the bus.
Get out!
As the ICE agents handcuffed Mayor Baraka, the 3 Democratic Congress members, Menendez, McIver, and Coleman, tried to wrap their arms around him to protect him. After he was arrested, a crowd of hundreds gathered demanding he be released. He was charged with trespassing and later released and addressed supporters.
I didn't know that this morning when I woke up that I'll be in this detention facility here, that I would end up incarcerated for something that I believe is my democratic right to show up and speak out against what I think was happening there, a violation of city and state laws, and a lack of transparency.
Meanwhile, a Department of Homeland Security spokesperson accused the New Jersey Congress members at the scene of assaulting ICE officers, warned they still may face arrest. We'll speak with 80-year-old Congressmember Bonnie Watson-Coleman in a few minutes. But we begin with Newark Mayor, gubernatorial candidate Ras Baraka. Welcome to Democracy Now! I'm glad I'm not speaking to you behind bars, but where you are in Newark, Mayor. If you can start off by talking about why you were there outside Delaney Hall, what this place is, and what happened.
Well, I actually go there every day, every morning. I would have been there this morning. I go at 7 a.m. with fire code officials, UCC officials, health inspectors to get in, as it is our right to inspect the facility, for them to apply for a certificate of occupancy. We're in court with GEO right now because they're defying city ordinances. I went back that afternoon because I was invited to participate in the press conference that the Congress people were going to have after they toured the facility themselves. I went there for that purpose. We waited there over an hour, almost an hour and a half, with no incident, without any incident whatsoever. I was allowed to come inside and stand there by the gate without incident for over an hour, waiting for the Congress people to come out. When the special agent in charge, Patel, showed up, he escalated the situation. There, the Congress people tried to reason with him, surrounded me inside, and finally got him to agree for me to leave. I left. On the other side of the fence, they may, in fact, arrest me. And so they did. They arrested me, and the Congress people and other bystanders tried to shield me from being arrested. But, I did. And I think it was better that happened, because it would have probably gotten worse than it was getting while I was out there.
Now, we heard that, well, you went to the Newark side, and you represent Newark. You were on the public property side. Someone got a call next to you, right? One of the officials got a call. Now, let's be clear. The U.S. Attorney for New Jersey there is Alina Habba, the former private lawyer for President Trump. If you can explain what you understand took place, because that seemed to escalate things when that agent was on the phone.
Absolutely. You could see that it was resolved, that I was leaving. I left. I was on the other side. When he got the call, I was already on the other side of the fence. He, in turn, got a phone call. Right after the phone call, they proceeded to come after me. When they first came, they came right up to me anyway. And this idea that other people got arrested is not true. I was the only one arrested there. And so they targeted me specifically. Right. So that after the phone call, it did escalate.
So the interim U.S. Attorney, Alina Habba, said on X that you, quote, ignored multiple warnings from Homeland Security investigations to remove she said, to remove himself, unquote, from the detention center, again, which, as you pointed out, is run by the GEO group. She added, quote, no one is above the law. Please respond, Mayor.
Yeah, she's right. No one is above the law. Neither are they. Neither is the GEO group is not above the law. The president or any of these people. Well, we have a dispute with GEO because they're violating city laws, and we are fighting with them in court. And ICE is interfering and interceding in that, unfortunately, without the judges, whatever the judge says, they are doing the opposite of that. I sat inside of that fence there for over an hour, and nobody told me to move. Nobody told me to get out. Nobody questioned me. Nobody came up to me and said anything to me. I sat there for a very long time before that agent showed up there. And so it was clearly their intention to escalate it and to focus everything on me and to target me. And that's exactly what happened.
Now, I wanted to clarify something, Mayor Baraka. A lot of the news reported that you were arrested during a protest.
Right.
But in fact, you weren't protesting. Can you explain the history of this GEO facility, which wasn't always owned by GEO, and why you say they don't have the proper documentation to hold 1,000 prisoners?
Right. Yeah, I was not protesting, actually, and I could be protesting. I speak to the protesters when I get there. But at the end of the day, the GEO group, the facility used to be a drug rehab center and a halfway house for people that were incarcerated that were coming home, and this was a transition from there to come home. So very short periods of time that they spent there to transition home. They converted it, or in the process of trying to convert it into this kind of detention facility, over 1,000 beds in a detention facility. They had a certificate of occupancy 20 years ago, and according to city ordinance, they need an updated certificate of occupancy. In fact, we need annual updates of certificates of occupancy, not 20 years later. We challenged them on that. Our folks showed up before I even came there. We sent our people there, refused to let them in. So I needed to see that for myself. I came down there with our folks and watched them turn them away and turn me away at the same time. We went to court summarily after that. The courts had us in conversation, forced them to make them have an initial inspection. We did an initial inspection and found a few violations. After we find violations, we have to come back and check those violations. And we told them that they needed to apply for a certificate of occupancy. They refused to do that. So this is a dispute that has to be settled in Alina Habba, not by the ICE or by the president, but by a court. A court settles these disputes, and it has not settled it yet. We're still in court now.
The detention facility, the largest on the East Coast, 1,000 beds, is near Newark Airport. I mean, maybe the only hope for the detainees is that there have been so many outages at Newark that they wouldn't be able to fly them out. But I wanted to ask you about the history. In 2021, advocates helped enact a law prohibiting New Jersey from renewing or signing detention contracts with ICE in New Jersey. Now, a federal district judge struck down parts of that in 2023 after private prison operators like Core Civic, which operates another immigration jail in the state, sued. The state attorney general is appealing the ruling, invoking the 10th Amendment that stops the federal government from commandeering state resources for its purposes. That is, I'm reading from the Washington Post. Can you respond to what you still are asking for? In a moment, we're going to speak with one of the Congress members who are still threatened with arrest, who did tour the facility. But what you're demanding ICE give you now in terms of documentation, what you're concerned about is happening to the detainees inside.
Well, we want them to start filling out the application for the certificate of occupancy. That allows us to come in and do full inspections, health inspection, fire inspection, make sure they have the proper procedures that are happening there. If women are there, if children are there, you know how many people are in there, how many beds that they have there, if the sprinkler system works, if the gas system is hooked up correctly, the electrical system is hooked up, if the elevators are working properly. All of these things are a part of what a certificate of occupancy allows us to do. If they're using the property for the stated use, or if they're using it for anything else, they need to go through the zoning board or planning board. And this is what happens for every facility, a new home that you build and open. Everybody has to have a CO or temporary certificate of occupancy, and they have neither. And so we're in dispute about this. I do think that the state should go further here and demand or write a law that says that we can't have private prisons in New Jersey in the first place. I think we should go as far as that in the state.
I know you have to go, but I want to just get you to respond to a very ominous moment right before you arrested. It was on Friday with the White House official Stephen Miller saying he's looking into, that the Trump administration is looking into suspending habeas corpus, which protects people from unlawful detentions. This is what he said.
Well, the Constitution is clear, and that, of course, is the supreme law of the land, that the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus can be suspended in a time of invasion. So I would say that's an option we're actively looking at. Look, a lot of it depends on whether the courts do the right thing or not. At the end of the day, Congress passed a body of law known as the Immigration and Nationality Act, which stripped Article 3 courts, that's the judicial branch, of jurisdiction over immigration cases. So Congress actually passed, it's called jurisdiction stripping legislation. It passed a number of laws that say that the Article 3 courts aren't even allowed to be involved in immigration cases.
So if you finally can respond just hours before you arrested to Stephen Miller saying they're weighing stripping habeas corpus, they're weighing doing away with it because while it may not be wartime, we are in the midst of an invasion.
This is completely insane, and it's a scary moment in the history of this country as we watch democracy slip between our fingers. I think that because Trump was elected and there's still a process, we still have this separation of powers, that people believe that the separation of powers is going to fix this. This is not being fixed. People are watching this take place as authoritarianism becomes the rule of the land here in this country, and we need more voices and more people to stand up against this. Suspending habeas corpus is something that happens in a time of war. To relate this to war is definitely scary. It means that we're in an existential threat here, and we need to stand up and do something about this immediately.
When do you have to go to court?
May 15th. Go back to court for my preliminary hearing, in the city of Newark. And hopefully the supporters will be out there supporting me.
Soon afterwards, there's the primary for governor. Is that right? June 10th?
Yes, June 10th, absolutely. Yeah.
Ross Baraka, I want to thank you for being with us, Mayor of Newark, New Jersey. Democracy Now! Is funded by viewers like you. Please give today at democracynow.org/give. Democracy depends on a free press. Please support our independent journalism at democracynow.org/give. As we've reported, on Friday, these agents arrested the mayor of Newark, Ras Baraka, on trespassing charges after he joined a congressional delegation to inspect a privately run immigration jail in Newark. The Department of Homeland Security has also threatened to arrest the 3 Democratic lawmakers who visited the ICE jail, LaMonica McIver, Rob Menendez, and Bonnie Watson Coleman. They accuse them of assaulting ICE officers. This is DHS spokesperson Tricia McLaughlin on CNN Saturday.
There will likely be more arrests coming. We actually have body camera footage of some of these members of Congress assaulting our ICE enforcement officers, including body slamming a female ICE officer. So we will be showing that to viewers very shortly.
You say a video of members of Congress body slamming ICE
That's correct.
officials?
That's correct, sir. It's disgusting.
Okay, and so if you have that video, are you suggesting that members of Congress will be arrested who were there yesterday?
This is an ongoing investigation, and that is definitely on the table.
Congressmember Bonnie Watson Coleman denied McLaughlin's allegations, writing, "The notion that I or any of my colleagues body slammed armed federal officers is absurd. DHS is lying because they know their agents were out of line," she wrote. Meanwhile, Congressmember Rob Menendez issued a statement, quote, "As members of Congress, we have a legal right to conduct oversight at any DHS facility without prior notice, as we have already done twice this year. Throughout every step of this visit, ICE attempted to intimidate everyone involved and impede our ability to conduct oversight. This is like nothing I've ever seen before, and I'm shocked and disturbed that something like this happened in our community," Menendez said. For more, we are joined by Democratic New Jersey Congresswoman Bonnie Watson Coleman. Coleman is an 80-year-old cancer survivor. She was out on Friday along with fellow Congress members McIver and Menendez. And when Mayor Baraka was being arrested, they were trying to shield him. New Jersey Congresswoman Bonnie Watson Coleman, welcome back to Democracy Now! If you can respond to what the DHS spokesperson said, calling your actions, the actions of the delegation, disgusting.
Thank you very much for having me. We were there for reasons that are permitted under law to conduct this inspection or oversight inspection of the facility. We were delayed and delayed and delayed, and there was one excuse after another. Finally, everyone showed up from the Newark offices of ICE. We thought now we were going to start the tour. That didn't happen. We went outside because we understood the mayor was there and these ICE officials were going down to meet him. We were there when they asked him to leave. He turned around, walked away, walked behind the gates, and went on public property. We thought now we were going to proceed to go to do our tour. We saw ICE members huddling together on the phone. And the next thing we heard was, we're going to arrest the mayor. We're going to lock him up. And we asked, well, why? He's on public property. You asked him to leave, he left. There was no issue with his leaving. And so when they opened the gate, they rushed upon him with several officers, maybe 20 or so. And we tried to stand between them and the mayor, hoping that this thing would not escalate. At the same time, we were saying, why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? He hasn't done anything. And then you saw the chaos after that.
You know, it's interesting. They said, Department of Homeland Security, they're releasing the footage. They released it. They said it would show the body slamming. We don't see any such thing in the video they released. You're now calling for the full video to be released?
Looking for the full video to be released, and anyone else that was filming from their own personal cameras and other cameras while we were there. There was no body slamming. The Department of Homeland Security, or the representatives from the administration, are doing what they do consistently, and that is to lie and to deflect and to try to create legitimacy for illegitimate things that they are doing. And so We need people to see this. This is a very scary moment in our governance and our towns across the nation. And we're very concerned about other folks just trying to go about their lives and being accosted and being held and being disappearing under this administration. This is very un-American, and this is just very scary.
Now, Congressmember Bonnie Watson-Coleman, you actually got to tour the facility after Baraka was arrested. Number one, I was wondering if you saw him in a cell. But number two, can you tell us what you and Menendez and McIver, the three Congressmembers, the three of you saw inside?
So we toured the facilities. We toured the area where they were holding people, the area where you would eat, the area where you cook, some of the bathroom facilities, the medical area. The place is not as clean as it could be, but relatively so. They're staffing up now, and they're waiting for ICE to approve the new individuals to come in. So there were things like dirt balls on the floor. We went into the elevator to go up to the second floor. We had a hard time getting on the elevator with the person who's the director of the facility. When we wanted to leave the second floor, we got onto the elevator and the elevator wouldn't move. So one of the complaints and concerns, the safety and security of the elevators. And that's one of the issues that's been under inspection. But we did conduct it. We talked to several of the women who were there. There were 5 women, I believe, all of whom were confused. They hadn't had a chance to talk to their lawyers or their families. They didn't know what was going to happen next. They were being fed. They were not being treated poorly by the staff, but the staff was minimal in the facility. But clearly, these were women from Honduras, Venezuela, and another place that I can't remember, who were just really concerned about what was going to happen to them next.
New Jersey Congressmember Bonnie Watson-Coleman, you are 80 years old. You're a cancer survivor. You publicly talked about what that battle was all about. And the last video that you just put out is about what's happening today in Congress. It's about the Republican leadership attempting to cut something like $800 billion from Medicaid. I'm wondering if you can comment on what's taking place now in Congress.
Well, we're going to have a series of hearings this week, actually, on the president's so-called skinny budget. But there is $880 billion in directions to cut out of the energy and commerce, and 75% of that money goes to Medicaid, that goes to the states to take care of people who are in nursing homes, have disabilities, need health care in some form or another, and meet certain other socioeconomic eligibilities. It also covers children, the Children's Health Care Program. If you're going to cut $880 billion out of a budget, when 75% of that budget goes to that purpose, then you're going to end up cutting life-saving Medicaid help to those who are in nursing homes, to the elderly, to the disabled, et cetera. And Republicans keep lying to us about, or lying to the country, because they can't lie to us. We see the facts that they're not going to cut Medicaid. But if they find money anywhere, it's going to be as a result of cutting very vulnerable programs, from healthcare to education to food nutrition programs to housing programs to public education, so that they can find billions of dollars to give to wealthy donors, and wealthy people who've been very supportive of this administration, including the owners of the Delaney Hall, who are a major contributor to Donald Trump. This is a corrupt administration. This is an administration that lies every day. This is an administration that is wreaking havoc in our communities, in our economy, and scaring the dickens out of people.
Congressmember Coleman is on, a member of the House Budget and Appropriations Committee. Before you go, we spoke to you earlier this year when you attended President Trump's address to Congress with a guest, Dr. Adam Hamawi, a reconstructive surgeon and Army veteran who'd recently volunteered in Gaza, also provided life-saving care to now Democratic Senator Tammy Duckworth of Illinois when she was wounded in the Iraq War in 2004, had her legs blown off. President Trump didn't address the devastation in Gaza during his address, but promised to bring peace and prosperity to the region. In a moment, we're going to go to a Palestinian accidental war correspondent from Gaza, suffered from malnutrition. Ireland just gave him a scholarship. We'll speak to him in Dublin. But I'm wondering your thoughts as the new Pope, Pope Leo XIV, just called for a ceasefire in Gaza, and what President Trump has talked about will happen to Gaza and his support for Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel.
Well, let me say that if the president gets his way with Gaza, it'll become some high-level spa for people to come, and it will displace all of the people who have a right to live there. And Netanyahu is continuing this war because, just like the president, he has a very corrupt environment. He has to face the courts at some point, but if he keeps the war going, then he's not going to have to face the courts and then be answerable for his corruption. We need to understand the inhumane conditions in Gaza. We need to understand that there needs to be a ceasefire. There needs to be a rebuilding. There needs to be the opportunity for safety, security, and prosperity. And we need to teach the younger generations of Palestinians and Israelis not to hate one another because they look different or because they pray differently. It is inhumane what we've seen with the devastation of Gaza. 75 to 80% of the infrastructure is gone. Dr. Hamawi has lost colleagues that he worked with in the hospitals who are trying to bring healthcare and life safety services to those people under these conditions. He is an amazing human being. We must end this war. The United States of America cannot continue to weaponize Israel against Gaza. We need to bring the hostages home. Of course, we need to eliminate the threat of Hamas, but we need to do that without trying to displace all of the Palestinians, the innocent children, elderly people, men and women who simply want to live in peace and have prosperity.
Democracy Now! Is funded by viewers like you. Please give today at democracynow.org/give.
All right, let me check what your thoughts on Baraka and this other shit getting locked up, trying to investigate or check out an ICE facility down in New Jersey.
I know, just that he's glad he did it. It's no trespassing. I don't think the 8-year-old lady wanted that anybody. Really, really much is that story, you know, you have a lot of stuff.
Anna Navarro is angry that a black man brought up slavery when she spoke about illegal immigrants. Let me state this. Anna Navarro is angry that a black man brought up slavery when a black man spoke about illegal immigrants going home. That's a quick one. I
I don't know if y'all saw that clip that's going around from CNN when the Abby Phillips show that she has, and they were discussing, immigration, things like that. So yeah, Anna Navarro, she exposed herself, in this clip. She exposed herself. Now, the conversation was about immigration, okay? It wasn't about anything else but immigration. Watch what Anna Navarro brings up. Listen carefully to what she says. Go ahead, check this out.
And letting people walk into here without any process at all, and now you're trying to gum up the works to keep them here.
A lot of them came in. A lot of them came in with parole. A lot of them came in.
CNN polling shows 54% of Americans want Mr.
November
Abrego
polling showed
Garcia
Donald
back.
Trump won the
That's
election.
CNN polling.
I don't. November polling.
Shifting.
All right. We are a sovereign nation, and you cannot just come into our country illegally whenever the heck you want. We can't do it to any other country on the face of this
Asylum
earth.
is illegal,
If
right?
you come in illegally, you have to leave. Americans are tired of that. We do not have unlimited
You know
resources.
who was here illegally with a deportation order? Marco Rubio's
Okay.
grandfather.
All right. Let's.
We're not talking about
let's.
Marco
Oh,
Rubio.
now we're not. Now that's
No,
not relevant.
it's not
No,
relevant.
I'm talking
It's not
about Marco
relevant to this
Rubio because Marco
conversation at
Rubio
all.
used to be an advocate for TPS for Venezuelans, and Marco Rubio used
Well,
to
I'm
be
not Marco
an
Rubio.
advocate
and
for
let me
Nicaraguans
tell you
and
my
Cubans.
beliefs.
No,
If
I
you
know
come
you're
into
not.
this country illegally, you are going home. Simple as that. We do not
Listen,
have unlimited
I
resources
think
in
a
this
lot of
country
Americans.
to take care of other
There's
people.
a hell of a lot of people, other than the
first,
black
Anna.
people who were brought here as slaves who came to this country illegally.
They're
A lot
not the
of
same as
different-
black people who were brought here against our will.
That's exactly what I
They
just said.
decided
I
to
said
walk
there is
their
a
butts
lot
across
of
the
people.
border. There's a
Other
big
than the
difference.
black
There is
people.
a big difference.
That's exactly what I
There's a
just
big
said.
difference.
That's exactly what I just said, Sir Michael. Look and act indignant. That's
Okay.
exactly what
It's
I
not
just
about
said.
acting
Yes, it is.
let me
You just heard me
share
say
Michael.
that other than the black
Anna
people
and
who
share
came
Michael,
as
please.
slaves, there are a lot of people from
Share
many,
Michael. I
many
think you
countries
actually
that came
misheard
here
what
illegally.
I think you misheard what she said.
No, he purposely misheard.
She said.
I purposely
She
Yes,
said.
he did.
So now you're in my
Share
brain.
Michael. Listen to me for
Is
just
that
a second.
where we're going?
You
Share
think
Michael.
I would
Listen to me
say
for a
I who have
second.
advocated
Anna,
for black
please
people
stop.
my entire life would
Anna,
say something like that?
Anna,
Give me a
Because
damn
you've
break.
advocated for black
Anna,
people,
please
great.
stop.
Congratulations. Last time I checked, I'm black. You're not.
Okay, share Michael.
That's right. I'm Latino, and my people are being racially
It is-
profiled.
it is-
and
And do I have to
unfairly
remind you the history of my people?
Share
Do
Michael.
you want to go there?
No, I don't.
Do you really
Okay,
want to go
we're
there?
gonna
I
go to
don't
break.
know the history.
Raul, we're
You
gonna go to
know
break.
why?
Raul
Because
Reyes, thank you very much for joining us. Everybody else, hang tight.
history was not
We'll be right back.
erased when I was studying.
The last time I checked, at least chattel slavery, ended in 1865. Okay. Why did she have to bring up, or why was it in her mind to bring up slavery? How could slavery compare to immigration? These people have come over here because they chose to come here. No one dragged them here. They wasn't on no auction block. They're not on nobody's plantation now, being forced to work for free. They're not being abused, beaten, and all kind of other things that happened to us during slavery. They get paid money for their work. It may not be the money they should get, but they still get paid some sort of money for their work. My ancestors didn't get paid anything. Why are you trying to even bring up the comparison of slavery, and then when he called you out on it, you're trying to reel it back? You're like, that's not what I was trying to say. No, that's what I'm trying to say. You got in your feelings. You was angry, and you mentioned slavery. That's really what it is, Anna Navarro. And listen, you fighting, talking about your people and X, Y, Z. Well, Anna, let me say something.
Hey, Mac 285.
Y'all have homelands that's very easy to get to, and that's connected right in America.
Did you see that Anna Navarro interview on CNN?
No, I didn't. No, I didn't, because I just got back here to Sin City, and I've been doing a lot of ripping and running, and I got to head back to Angeltown in a couple of days. But basically, what is happening is that they always want to downplay, what they did to us. You see what I mean?
Well,
but
this bro was trying to compare our struggle to her people's struggle, and Leo Terrell checked her on it.
Leo Terrell checked her?
Yeah, let me rewind it for you, Sabaka, so you.
That's a first.
Yeah.
Leo Terrell checked her?
Yep. So, let me so you can see it from the beginning.
All right.
Phillips show that she has, and they were discussing immigration, things like that. So yeah, Anna Navarro, she exposed herself. in this clip. She exposed herself. Now, the conversation was about immigration, okay? It wasn't about anything else but immigration. Watch what Anna Navarro brings up. Listen carefully to what she says. Go ahead, check this out.
And letting people walk into here without any process at all, and now you're trying to gum up the works to keep them here.
A lot of them came in. A lot of them came in with parole. A lot of them came in.
CNN polling shows 54% of Americans want Mr.
November polling
Garcia
showed Donald
back.
Trump won the election.
So,
polling
I don't, well, you know,
the public
what,
is shifting.
all right. We are a sovereign nation, and you can act whenever the heck you want because we can't do it to any other country.
Right. Asylum is illegal, right?
If you come in illegally, you have to leave. Americans are tired of that. We do not have unlimited
You
resources.
know who was here illegally with a deportation order? Marco Rubio's grandfather.
All right, let's.
We're not talking about Marco Rubio.
Oh, now we're not. Now that's not relevant.
It's not.
No, I'm talking about Marco Rubio because Marco Rubio used to be an advocate for TPS for Venezuelans, and Marco Rubio used to be an advocate for Nicaraguans and Cubans. No, I know you're not.
This country illegally, you are going home. Simple as that. We do not have unlimited resources.
I think a lot of Americans
to take care of other
There's
people.
a hell of a lot of people, other than the black people who were brought here as slaves, who came to this country illegally.
They are not the same as black people who were brought here against our will.
That's exactly what I just said. I said there is a lot of people other than the black.
Now, see, it's a debate of semantics.
Look and act indignant. That's exactly what I just said.
Let me just share Michael.
Other than the black
Anna and share Michael, please.
There are a lot of people from
Share Michael. I think you actually misheard what she. I think you misheard what she said.
No, he purposely misheard.
She said.
Yes, she did.
So now you're in my
Share
brain?
Michael, listen to me for just a second.
Is that where we're going?
Share
You think
Michael.
I would say I who have advocated for black people my entire life would say something like that?
Anna,
Because you've advocated for black people, great.
Stop.
Congratulations. Last time I checked, I'm black. You're not.
Okay, share Michael.
That's right. I'm Latino, and my people are being racially profiled.
It is.
And do I have to remind you the history of my people?
Share
Do
Michael.
you want to go there?
No, I don't.
Do you really
Okay,
want to go
we're
there?
gonna go to break. Raul, we're gonna go to break. Raul Reyes, thank you very much for joining us. Everybody else, hang tight.
So Abby Phillips said, "Fuck all of them."
Yeah.
She pulled one of my numbers. Fuck all of them. Get down.
With her tell the show.
Boy, this shit is crazy.
So
All right.
You said it was a thing of semantics about here?
Yeah, semantics meaning, okay, if I got the definition correct, really, the science of words, okay, case in point. Like you got the term the therapist, I'm sorry, you got the word therapist, right? But when you break it down, you got the rapist.
Yeah.
Say, that's what I mean by semantics. And you might be familiar with this dude, Brother Che, who used to be the U.S. Senator from California by the name of S.I. Hayakawa.
Vaguely.
Okay, all righty. He was a U.S. Senator from California during when Jerry Brown was the governor the first time. Okay, and they was talking about the gas prices going up and shit like that. And S.I. Hayakawa said, let the prices go up because the majority of poor people are not working.
Oh, that was back in the 70s.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying? Okay, and so what's going on here, and as you know, not getting off topic, they entombed, they got what, the new pope from Chicago, you know what I mean?
Oh, you missed that, Shabaka. We covered all that last night.
Oh, okay. Well, I was on the highway. I was out in the middle of the desert last night, you know.
It's say that he's FBA or has lineage, or he's Creole, or has lineage to the United States, southern United States, meaning he's either Creole or mulatto or a combination of the two. But the dude ain't never done nothing for melanated people, period.
Right.
He got all these allegations against him.
Already, damn, and dude only been in the job, 3 days now, I think?
Yeah, like we played all these clips of people like saying, he abused them and he condones that shit or covers it up and all of this. So yeah.
Who knows? Maybe he was at a P. Diddy party.
Oh my God. Well, the Catholic Church, they've been doing that shit for centuries.
Yeah. Yeah, they have. You know what I'm saying? And then, of course, not getting off topic, the latest is happening with Sean Combs, man, and he looked like he on age 50 years.
Yeah, the trial has begun, Chewbacca.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very interesting on what it leads to. You know what I'm saying? And I'm talking about crazy ass shit. You know what I mean? Up there pissing on broads and all this old kind of shit, man. I mean, wow.
Who was that on Abby Phillips' show? Was that Leo Terrell or Ernie Terrell?
Okay, no, I didn't see Leo Terrell up there.
Who was that?
Shermichael.
Who that was?
Shermichael, the one.
Shermichael.
Yeah, Shermichael.
What in the fuck? Shermichael. Okay.
Yeah.
What the hell just happened? Shermichael.
What's up, Mac 285?
I don't know why it went off in the first place.
Yeah, that's probably StreamYard doing a behind the scenes shenanigans. You know what I mean?
Not even that, the wrong way. Wait, no, okay. I don't even know what went off. I didn't even do anything. Okay.
All right, and they tore down the Shabaka's Blacc Experience Enhanced page, so I'm rebuilding it. It's by the same name, but the way you could tell, it's got a picture of City Hall on the page.
You talking about on Facebook?
Yeah.
Okay. But getting back to this, so this chick was trying to compare her struggle to ours. And
There's no comparison.
POCs is try to do that stuff, and we have to check them. So, Sir Michael, shout out to you for checking Anna Navarro for that madness.
Right. Now, if you recall, there was a TV series now. This here, Mac 285. Do you remember a TV series called The Facts of Life with Kim Fields before she got grown up?
You might be barely old enough to remember that.
Well, anyway, there was an episode on there where Kim Fields, I forgot the name of the character that she had played, okay? And she was talking about the Blacc experience, right?
Yeah.
Okay, want to know her history, things of that nature right there. So the woman who used to be the maid on a Different Strokes had took over, and she just flat out told her, well, I don't know what to tell you because the Blacc experience is not my experience.
Yeah.
Appreciate her honesty, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah, you say okay, you favorite
say Latinos, the immigrant struggle is the same as the Black struggle. Y'all came
no, it's
here
not
illegally. My people were here illegally. Like, no, the fuck, not the same at all.
Yeah, well, when I was in Los Angeles, to prove your point even further, I finally saw that movie called Till that they made, okay? And there's one scene in the movie that I saw I'll never forget where Emmett was in Chicago, was getting ready to go see his cousins in Mississippi. And so his mother, you know what I'm saying, was telling Emmett that you going into Mississippi, okay? It's not Chicago. They got a certain way of doing things down there. And of course, as we all know, Carolyn Bryant was lying. So they showed her character sitting up there crying on the witness stand and all this old type of nonsense, you know what I'm saying, which was straight garbage. You know what I mean? Okay. And so then, but the part that that's a real tearjerker is when they bring his casket back to Chicago and taking his casket over to Rainer's funeral home that's been in business in Chicago for quite a while, and they put a whole lot of black folks away, you know. And the part that's real touching is when she's by herself and she sees what they did to her son, and she just breaks down and cries. You know what I mean? And then she says that I'm going to show the world just the horror of these people. You know what I'm saying? That took a lot of strength to do that, in my opinion.
Yeah.
You know, and yeah.
Finish the thought, then let me finish this clip.
Yeah. So that took a lot of how should I say, courage, number one, dedication, you know, to speak through her sorrow. And then she says, I want the whole world to see just how truly evil these people really are. You know, I'm paraphrasing her of what they did to her son.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then to find
That's why
out.
she requested.
Right. And then to find out that I did not know is that was her only child.
Mm-hmm.
Say, that was her only child.
With Fred Hampton Sr.
Yeah. And then here's something else for you too. There's a scene in the movie where Miss Mobley goes down there to Mississippi to just look at the place, right?
Yeah.
And so when she went into I would imagine this would be her in-laws' house, right?
Yeah.
The ones where the white man just came there and took Emmett out of there.
Yeah.
And she noticed the 12 gauge sitting on the mantle, you know, the fireplace mantle. And she was saying, you know, and I'm going to be colorful with the language. She says, you up there with a fucking shotgun and you let them come in there and take my child?
Right.
And you up there with a damn shotgun. Now, you sure as hell, if it was another black person doing something to you, you would have used it on them. But these crackers who's coming in there and took her child, you didn't use it. And he up there, you know, with that mealy mouth, Sambo Rambo shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that didn't make no sense to me either.
Yeah, it didn't make no sense, but it did make sense. Okay, where it didn't make no sense, hey, this is your nephew, man. You know what I'm saying? And you got perpetrators coming in here with evil intent, and you not using that scatter gun. Now, if it was another black person, you would not have hesitated to use it.
Yeah.
See?
Otherwise, why do you have the gun? Why do you have that shotgun?
Yeah, exactly. You see, and so, you know, and I took a lot of courage of what she did. The woman pretty much stood alone.
Yeah,
she pretty much has.
And she started the civil rights movement. That was the catalyst for the civil rights movement.
Okay, now also to find out that I did not know, guess who else met with her down there in Mississippi?
Ida B. Wells.
No. Medgar Evers.
Oh, Medgar Evers. Yeah,
before before he had you know, was killed in what he was trying to do. You see, and the part that gets me is we so quick to kill each other, like Mad Dr. D had said years ago, that we were so quick to kill each other, but when that real enemy comes in there, man, you frozen.
Yeah.
You see? You was frozen. You see?
Drop the gun. Don't even use the gun. Just
Yeah, and that there is that you are so frozen through intimidation, fear, mental abuse, physical abuse. You see what I'm saying? That when that old white man came there, you know, the Master Charlie was already inside of him. You know, it was damn near like what the X-Man said, boss,
last time I checked, at least chattel slavery, you know, ended in 1865. Okay. Why did she have to bring up, or why was it in her mind to bring up slavery? How could slavery compare to immigration? These people have come over here because they chose to come here. No one dragged them here. They wasn't on no auction block. They wasn't put on they're not on nobody's plantation now, being forced to work for free. They're not being abused beaten, and all kind of other things that happened to us during slavery. They get paid money for their work. It may not be the money they should get, but they still get paid some sort of money for their work. My ancestors didn't get paid anything. Why are you trying to even bring up the comparison of slavery? And then when he called you out on it, you're trying to reel it back. You're like, that's not what I was trying to say. No, that's exactly what you tried to say. You got in your feelings. You was angry, and you mentioned slavery.
Yeah,
that's really what it is, Anna Navarro. And listen, you fighting, talking about your people and XYZ. Well, Anna, let me say something. Y'all have homelands that's very easy to get to, and it's connected right in Americas. A lot of you wave foreign flags. A lot of you have foreign flags in your bios.
Yeah.
But yet, when Trump and them say, okay, it's time you go back to your homeland because you didn't come here the right way, right? Now you're mad and talking about you're being attacked. Listen, you cannot go to another person's country and do things the wrong way, enter their country the wrong way, and then when they come after you, you're talking about your people being attacked. That doesn't work. The countries all over the world have immigration laws. And if you violate those immigration laws, they will, in fact, and they find out about it, they will come remove you. It's not attacking you or attacking your people. It's saying, oh, no, we have laws that has to be followed. How is it there are people that's here who are of her community that did it the right way and nobody's bothering them? Nobody's bothering them. So what is she talking about? I don't understand, and I never can understand getting angry and saying you're being attacked. We want to be in another country that's not even your own. That's the thing I don't understand. But yet at the same time, you protest. You saw when they had protested, they was having foreign flags. Like, how do you wave a foreign flag in a country you say you want to fight to stay in?
Yeah.
When somebody like Trump, they want to get you out of here, they see a bunch of foreign flags. What does that tell you? Oh, well, you really like your homeland. So let me go ahead and get you a free trip there. You're not waving the American flag. There wasn't. They were foreign flags of all these different places in Latin America. And that's fine if they love their homeland. And I have no issue with it. But don't get mad when you have to go to it. You're helping she say her people, right? What is she doing to help them?
Right.
She's not doing anything. She got money. Why don't she go help them?
Right.
But to bring up slavery, no, her racism was showing at that moment. She got angry, and when she got called out, she got mad. See, I did something for black people, this and that. And I'm glad he said, okay. And like, what he's supposed to do? Like, oh, okay. The slavery reference. Oh, you did something for black people. What kind of black people you did something for? Why did you have to bring up you did something for black people? That's the same thing that racist white people do. I have black friends. I donated to a black football team. I do stuff for black people. You know, not like Donald Sterling. Yeah. Donald Sterling had hired a lot of black people.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And he was a straight up racist.
Yeah. The one that
they
now
kicked him
you
out.
don't really in the middle of bringing up slavery. Yeah, I do stuff for black people, and that supposed to just make it go away. He's sure Michael saw what it was. He saw it.
Donald Imus called him.
He saw exactly what it was. Me, I would have called out what it was. I said, oh, Anna, your anti-black racism is showing, huh, ma'am? But why did you bring up slavery? Immigration and slavery has nothing to do with anything. I would have told her there was no country to immigrate to when my ancestors on them plantations. We built America from scratch. It wouldn't have been no country for your community in particular in modern time to immigrate to if my ancestors didn't build this place. Right. Say thank you, Anna. That's what I would have said. Right. Really pissed off.
Right.
See, you can't use slavery on me and thinking it's going to hurt me. Like I said, man, I embrace that. I embrace my ancestors. I embrace like calling, oh, you guys are slaves. You guys, your ancestors were slaves, man. I that's a superpower for me. Because if my ancestors wasn't slaves, that wouldn't be where I'm at today. Some of these people talking that their ancestors, quote unquote, wasn't slaves. Look at how their conditions are. Okay, you in another country calling us a slave. Look how you living.
Right.
or you begging to get over here. To the point ancestors was a slave, you would be in a better position right now. You ever thought about that? So that slave thing don't hit like you think it do. It's not a diss. To me, it's not. I'm proud of my ancestors and what they went through and what they did for me and what they did for our community. And don't y'all ever let somebody tell you, like, try to tell you something about slavery or calling you a slave or whatever, like it should bother you. Man, that's a badge of honor for me. It's a badge of honor. I said, I'd rather have a slave ancestor than one of your ancestors any day of the week if you want to go there. You begging America to let you in. Begging. But your ancestor wasn't a slave, though. I'm cool with being a descendant of slaves. I
know that's right. So, all right, Shabaka.
Absolutely.
All right. What are your thoughts? All right. So the next topic is Joe Budden. I don't know if you're familiar with Joe Budden, but he's a hip hop artist.
Okay, ain't he the dude out of Compton?
No, he's out of New York.
Oh, okay.
I think you're thinking of The Game. No, this
dude
from New York. But he had a couple of hits when I was in high school or whatever. It's been like 20 years ago. But he has a cast now, and he got a tether cast. That's what I'm gonna call it. I'm gonna call it a tether cast.
Tether cast.
I mean, these other tethers are sitting up there talking about how they were against our reparations. So Dewan B is gonna break it down on what these fools was talking about.
All right.
Dewan B, he's based out of LA. He's an LA comedian.
Okay.
And a music historian.
All right. Do you know what part of LA he's out of?
South Los Angeles, Inglewood.
Okay, that's Inglewood is west of South Central.
West Los Angeles.
Wait a minute. Did you say West Los Angeles or the west side of Los Angeles?
West side of Los Angeles, like in Inglewood.
Okay, which is its own city, but it does has the city line, you know, with Southwest Los Angeles. Yeah.
He's originally from the Crenshaw district, but yeah.
That's the west side of LA. Yeah, I was on Crenshaw the last time I was there. Yeah, it's really blighted over there in Leimert Park, just giving everybody an update. I had to break down and cry just about, man. I mean, our whole existence there on the west side of Los Angeles, it's all gone, man.
That's all bad, Shabaka.
Yeah, it's all gone.
All right, so these fools, these tethers is up here talking about blacks can't handle reparations.
I want y'all to see what we're working with here. I'm going to put, this is the video, but I do not want to strike. And thank you to the people who like hitting me on videos in the comments saying, "Dewan, don't worry about the strike. Copyright law." Yeah, go read the copyright law. I'm going to protect my channel. Because YouTube has its rules, and its rules are not clearly defined. Sometimes they trip, sometimes they don't. And I don't want to find out what time is what. You did. So thank you for you guys' suggestions, but it's bigger than Nino Brown. So as you see here on the screen, this is where we are. This is a screenshot I took. So we're going to have this screenshot up over it, and we're going to listen to what these people have to say, and we're going to break it down line by line. All right, let's get it in.
Sure. I don't thought of it because Flip just said that pro-black shit, which I do believe that you are.
Yeah.
But there's a clip going around of you saying that you didn't believe that black people should get reparations.
Oh, I read that.
Did you?
I didn't see the clip, but I read somebody say that how disappointed they were in him saying that. That he said that because they need financial literacy. He said that black people will, if they get the money, they're wasted or whatever because they don't have financial literacy. What did you say?
I'm waiting for you to finish.
That's exactly what will happen.
I'm waiting for you to finish your question. Like,
I think that's what he asked.
I was ending your question.
What about it?
Do you believe black people should get reparations?
No, I think black people should get equity, and I think the two are different.
So he says he doesn't believe black people should get reparations. He believes black people should get equity, and the two are different. Appreciate the Cash App, Courtney G. And this is the question was asked by Mark Lamont Hill. See, Mark Lamont Hill, I think, is a very smart feller. I just think he needs to learn how to control his emotions a little bit more when white people are around. Don't nobody like no hackling, crying ass nigga. Right. All right, brother. And I say that with love, Mark Lamont Hill. So this is the guy that's talking, saying we don't. Really, both of these dudes. Both of the main guy talking is baby shit. And the other guy, I don't know who he is. But they're basically both agreeing that black people don't need reparations. And it's Mark Lamont Hill that's bringing in the questions. As a matter of fact, I got a screenshot of these two too. So let me put these two on camera. These are the main two speaking up against reparations right here. All right, let's go. Let's listen to what the last Octoroon had to say about reparations.
Black people should get reparations?
No, I think black people should get equity, and I think the two are different. I think that I'm not really a fan of handouts. Like, I don't want your money. I just want me to be able to make my money and you not be on my dick about making it. I don't think that if we get reparations, we gonna fare any better. Me personally, I don't think that. So I think reparations would be a waste for most. Some would definitely take the money and do some positive things with it, but I don't think it'll get us no better if we not changing how we being treated in America. I don't think reparations going to change nothing.
So that's what he had to say.
That's ambiguous.
He said he doesn't think black people gonna get nothing, and that they should change how. My question is, how does a collectively poor group of people change anything? He's saying that he does not believe. Anthony Henderson on the super chat says, Dave Chappelle's racial jokes helped. All right. So y'all keep telling me in the chat room that these people aren't FBA. Got it. Makes sense. Makes sense. Because this dude don't really look like, he don't look like the typical, like that's not a Christopher Williams looking light-skinned nigga, you know? That's a light skin that got a Latin twist to it, it looks like. So he's saying that we're not going to get better if we get reparations, and it's not going to do anything for us. So let's keep going.
It's early in the show. Oh, good. Go ahead.
No, like I don't want equality, I want equity. So if you got a 500-year head start, and now me and Parks are able to both make $100 not.
But if you got twice that much money,
and then I got twice that much money, and they still don't change the way that we are being treated, it's going to be futile and useless.
What the fuck did he just say? Oh, God. Hey, chat room, help me out. Is this dude? I heard he was supposed to be the intelligent one on this show. Is this the intelligent one? I heard he's supposed to be the intelligent one.
Well, see,
now
if
me
I
and
may
Parks are able to
interrupt,
both make
brother,
$100 a day. Parks want equity. So if you got a
go ahead, Sabah.
Okay, once again, this is why we created the hashtag resurrection of the mental dead, okay? All right, it is because it's an uphill battle, but it's definitely a battle that we could win. All we got to do is have a platform on the reparations issue itself. One, for those out there in the general public listening. reparations is not a handout. It is a debt that is owed. Because without the slave labor, the goddamn United States economy would not have prospered off the way that it did with its gross national product from what happened in the 1600s to 1700s all the way up here into the 21st century. Because, you know, that initial investment was made. Then the revenue comes in, then it's reinvested. See, so now it's stockpiling. You see what I'm saying? I mean, this shit here sounds just as ridiculous as these damn. Yeah, go ahead.
These months speaking on it, they wouldn't qualify any goddamn way. They're not of the lineage. They're not of American chattel slavery. They're a bunch of goddamn tethers. So they're speaking on they don't even know nothing about and they ain't going to benefit from, nor are they going to get anything from. So that's why they're talking.
Okay, and then to prove your point even further, okay, the dump, as in human shit, and I want to make that perfectly clear, has stated that he is offering what it is there, citizenship to these damn Boers.
Yeah, there's supposed to be like 49 of them coming this week, Sabaki.
Ain't that a bitch? Now, also, too, what this bastard has stated, too, is that he wants to reopen Alcatraz. You remember us saying on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, reopen Alcatraz? Yep. So this fool wants to reopen Alcatraz, and he should be the first fucking convicted felon booked into the motherfucker.
Yeah, the people on the bay ain't going for that. They ain't going. That's not.
Yeah.
But getting back to this, these mugs are straight up tethers. Joe Budden, Joe Budden, the light skinned looking one. So he talking about something that don't even apply to him.
Like a case of imitation of life.
Go ahead.
No, like I don't want equality. I want equity. So if you got a 500-year head start, and now me and Parks are able to both make $100 a day, Parks gonna keep his 500-year head start.
So he said, okay, the Parks is the white guy. Parks is going to be able to, if we both get $100, and he got a 500-year head start, then he's gonna keep his head start. So isn't that why you give reparations, is to catch up on some of them years?
Right.
Is that not the purpose of reparations? To, all right, so money's been taken. Read this. Money's been taken. And we're going to give you some money to at least get you started. And he's saying no.
It's not.
But if you got twice that much money.
And then I got twice that much money and they still.
Now, Mark Lamont Hill brings up you got twice that money. See, this dude makes Mark Lamont. See, Mark Lamont's Hill's brilliance shines on this goddamn podcast. I don't know what's worse. These niggas are Gil's Arena when it comes to level of depth in thought. This is like the hip hop Gil's Arena. It's a bunch of fucking idiots, and Mark Lamont Hill's King and Martin.
Damn.
He says now he goes into to how you treat it.
And I got twice that much money, and they still don't change the way that we are being treated. It's going to be futile and useless.
But the way, go ahead.
Because you said
now the other guy is talking in the blue shirt. This is what he has to say.
Before that, it's about rich and poor. Mm-hmm. So the way we being treated is because we're poor.
That's Joe.
No, I think that yes and no. I think
let me just finish. So if we did get the money, would it change how we're treated because they're not necessarily poor anymore?
No, because they're not. Then they're going to decide if you got black blood.
Huh? He just said it. If you got black blood, if you don't, then call. That right? Why does that matter if you ain't the one? If you got black American blood?
Because the tethers.
This nigga know he full of shit.
Right.
One, the reparations don't come with a financial literacy package to show you how to use the money to your best advantage.
That I agree with.
That's number one.
So that's what they both agree, that it doesn't come with financial literacy. Black people are these dumb fucks that just need a financial. Well, couldn't black people take a financial literacy course when they get it? Like, what? I don't understand that argument.
Number two, it's black people that make a shit ton of money today that still don't do nothing with the money and don't gain nothing in society just because they have money. So I don't think the reparation is the end all be all. I think that's a cop out for me.
He said he thinks reparations, this is back to light skinned dude. He thinks reparations is a cop out. Because it's not the end all be all, because it's not the magic bullet, it's a cop out.
My opinion.
I would just say, one, and I get the idea of not taking handouts, but the whole argument of reparations that it's not a handout, that it's owed, right? That it's a debt. Reparations literally means repair, repair the damage done.
Exactly.
So the idea is if you took, like you said, you got a 100-year head start, and you took my money for 100 years, you exploited my labor, and all this stuff was built around our labor, universities, companies.
And the Martin Lamont Hill is keeping to the Democratic talking point of making everything our labor. Labor is part of it. It is part of it.
Yes.
No, labor is a factor of production. Risk management is a factor of production.
That we couldn't get patents for because we were black. You think Thomas
that got lifted by white folks?
He's the first black person to get a patent. Do you think he was the first black person to invent something, anything?
No.
Do people really think Thomas Jennings was the first black person to invent something in America?
No.
Like, oh, I don't know where these invented nothing. Now all of a sudden, this black man invented goddamn dry cleaning. Then when we finally start getting patents post-slavery, during Jim Crow, we went on a patent frenzy, including my great-grandfather who invented the automatic railroad crossing. By the way, tether babblers, this is a personal story for me. What if I think about it like this. My great-grandfather who invented the automatic railroad crossing, he was the grandson of a slave, Nathaniel Hoggett, a mulatto slave. In 1855, the slave master left the house and a piece of the plantation for his mulatto slaves. And in the year 1855, the governor of Mississippi came in and said, black people or slaves, mulattoes, are not allowed to own any land in Mississippi. So he went against the will. He passed down to him. Then the Civil War happened, and he had to pack up and move to Michigan, marry a native Potawatomi tribe, indigenous, dark-skinned, swarthy Potawatomi. Got a picture of her to prove it, and had a son who had a son that invented the automatic railroad crossing. This is why I bring that up. What if my great-granddad who invented that was able to hold on to that land that his granddad should have had? How much money would he have amassed? Would he have, mind you, this is land in Natchez, Mississippi. Natchez, Mississippi in the 1850s is worth more as far as a city goes. It's one of the, I think, the fourth or fifth richest city in America. Natchez at this time is outdoing Dallas. It's outdoing mostly all of Virginia because of where it was on the slave route. I mean, on the trade route, the Mississippi River. If my great granddad, who invented the automatic railroad crossing, was passed down wealth, he would have been able to research and develop his own patent. And I will be the heir to the person that owns the patents to automatic railroad crossings around the planet. Because the whole world uses my great granddaddy's patent as a key, the trigger on when to trigger a train railroad crossing across. His invention came out 100 years ago. He got the patent July 21st, 1925. We coming up on a 100-year anniversary.
100 years ago.
Yeah.
But because my great granddaddy was classified as Negro, he couldn't get the money to develop the patent. So he had to sell the patent. And the white people who had the money to develop the patent, their great-grandchildren are rich as fuck right now.
Yeah.
You see how that's just one story in one black family?
Mm-hmm.
That's just one story in one black family. How many of y'all got great-grandparents that invented some cold shit, but it either got stolen, or if it didn't get stolen, they didn't have the money to develop it, so they had to sell it for pennies on the dollar, a one-time check, just see their invention get plastered all across the world. See, it's deeper than labor, homie.
Right.
Labor's a part of the story. It's mind. George Washington Carver created the Farmer's Almanac because America was going hungry. Because the seasons were off by 2 weeks in the Greco-Roman calendar that America was using.
Yeah.
And it was George Washington Carver that created the Farmer's Almanac so that 300 years later, now, we can still plant our crops and vegetables on time. I'm sorry, Benjamin Banneker. I said George Washington Carver. Benjamin Banneker. It was George Washington Carver that created bioengineering and sustainable farming. There's two black people, Benjamin Banneker, George Washington Carver, that they minds kept America fed.
Yeah.
It ain't just slave labor. It's the creation of music the last 100 years during Jim Crow that America has used to ingratiate itself to the world that we don't get paid from equitably. So it goes way deeper than labor. I need black people to expand the conversation from just labor, because we live in a capitalistic society. When you talk to a capitalist about labor, why do you think they're okay with farm workers not getting paid shit? McDonald's workers. Because labor is like a dime a dozen to the mindset of these people. As long as black people keep the argument tied down to labor, people aren't going to respect it, even though it's true. And on top of that, it's much bigger than labor. Labor was a part of what we went through. A really, 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 really big part. But it's much, 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 much bigger and deeper than labor. Now let's keep going.
Insurance,
the country.
Yeah, the whole country, right? Every institution. Then giving us reparations isn't a handout. It's actually what we're owed. And then the second part of that, I think, is I've never heard people say reparations is either or. You know, I've been part of reparations movement for a long time. Not like a leader of it, but just advocating for it. And every reparations person I know is also asking for protections, other things. And then the last part of it is, I think reparations should be a check. I think every descendant of slavery, to be clear, so I don't get hit on it, every descendant of American slavery here in the United States deserves reparations. But I also think, in addition to the check, we should also have access to free public education. like university education. We should also like there's other things you can do systemically to close that gap in addition to the money. So I think we could.
And let's give an argument for that, a side by side argument. When white Americans were given Homestead Act land, when they were given 160 free acres of land to fill out what we now know as the Midwest, not only did they get 160 free acres of land, the university system, the state school system was created to help those people learn how to develop the land.
Yep, that's what.
And they were giving grants to go to these universities. The universities were cheap. And they were giving grants and they didn't have the money to attend these universities. University of Iowa, that's built because of the Homestead Act. University of Nebraska,
Homestead Act.
all this shit is Homestead Act universities.
Yeah.
Universities created to teach these people you're giving free land to how to develop and create an economy on said land. So this is a move that America has already done. It gave free land, minimum 160 acres. If you had children, you got more. Free land. And a university system to teach you how to build that land, cultivate that land, and create an economy off what that land produces.
Yeah, that's what Tuskegee was about.
Yeah.
But when we talk about reparations overall, we talking about a check.
It's two different thoughts.
He's breaking that back down to a check. Why is this nigga so worried about the check?
You taking it when most people, in a general sense, talk about reparations, they talking about a check.
Yeah, I think that's right.
You get what I'm saying?
I think that's fair.
If you said, "Yo, do you think every descendant of slavery should get free education?" Yeah. And again, it just depends on.
Would you, if you got all the other stuff, would you be okay with the check too?
Now, after all of that, he said he wouldn't turn down a check now. Wow.
That sounds like he backpedaling now. But first he was just saying that we shouldn't get a check. Now he's talking about he wouldn't turn down a check.
All right, see, he's ambiguous. See, this dude is being ambiguous.
But I'll take a check.
Yeah.
I want y'all to go to this interaction he had with Mark Lamont Hill last week that I was actually going to do a show on, but I'm glad I didn't. This shows you how goddamn stupid this dude is. And I mean retarded. I'm sorry, stupid ain't the word. Retarded is probably a better word. Let me see.
Hey, say, man, I'm gonna lay it down. I got a long day tomorrow.
Listen to this interaction he had with Mark Lamont Hill.
For coming on.
This shows you how much of an
All right. Okay.
On your way out.
Okay, yeah, my closing thoughts on the way out, man. These are some trying times. These are some testing times. And these are some crucial times. And the part that I find so ironic about it is that here you got this orange bastard is telling Boers that they can come here for refugee status.
Yeah.
I mean, that just fucked me up. And then, of course, I got heavy-hearted in Los Angeles when I saw the Black Renaissance of LA go straight down the storm drain, man. 80% of those businesses there in Leimert Park are closed. I saw one dude out there trying to do some vending, man, and I don't think that dude, man, made $30.
Wow.
Yeah, see, when that Metro Rail came through there, okay, that's what really killed it. They probably put the Metro Rail through there to kill the Black Renaissance of Los Angeles at that time. You see what I mean? Because Leimert Park, man, was up there since like about the 1950s. You see what I mean? With Windsor Hills, Baldwin Hills, and stuff like that. Then, of course, we all saw Love and Basketball. You see what I mean? With Sanaya Lathan, and what's the old boy's name, man? Up there, Omar Epps, Mike Epps' brother, I believe. You know what I mean? And it was really, really sad visiting it, you know, after all the years that I left Los Angeles, man, and bruh, and I was just awed. Motherfuckers still bummed out in Leimert Park, you know what I'm saying? Fucked up off of Ripple, alcohol, shoe polish. It was just downright sad, man.
Yeah.
It was just downright sad. And what I mean by sad is, man, you mean to tell me that we as a people came to this point where we don't even want to do shit for self, man. I'm up here looking at motherfuckers out here on the damn islands here in Las Vegas with signs up there, white folks now. Colored folks stopping there giving them money. Dude come up to me, hey, man, you know, I said, hey, man, check this out. You got something that I no longer have. That's youth on your side, man. You know what I'm saying? And I'm supposed to give you something, man, and the damn deck is fixed for you to prosper. Got me straight twisted.
Businesses are closed.
Yeah, I mean, those businesses in Leimert Park have closed, man. Even the old...
You said it
Do I
was
know?
the Metro Rail was the reason why the businesses are closed.
Yeah, I would say the Metro Rail, number one, denying access. Also, too, I discovered a fucking lie when I was there, because you remember, man, that they had did a video saying that they named a portion of Crenshaw Boulevard Malcolm X Boulevard.
Yeah.
All the signs I saw there said Crenshaw Boulevard, sir. I didn't see now one street sign that said Malcolm X Boulevard.
Wow.
And then I did go to the location of the Hidden History Museum. And the way Tariq got it set up, you know, they say that he staggers the schedule of when it's open.
Yeah.
I mean, when I went and spoke to the security man, taking the pictures that I posted up on my wall before they tore it down on the Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced page, I said, man, when is old boy here? Well, he comes and goes. I mean, you ain't got no set time for operations. I mean, man, how the hell do you expect some people to come patronize the motherfucker, man, when they don't even know when the hell it's open?
Yeah, well, he's been taping this new film, Shabaka. So he's been on the road a lot. So he ain't really been there to maintain the business like that.
Well, it seemed to me he would have had a general manager or somebody to operate in his absence, because, like Mad Dr. D used to say, hey, man, the show must go on.
Yeah, he's the type, he wanted to be the only one that's running the show over there. So if he's not there, then it's not going to go, because he's real particular like that. So if he's not there, then it's not going to be running. Basically.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. So I'm going to bid y'all a good night from Sin City, man, because I got a lot of work to do. And this project that I'm on, man, should be ended by May the 27th. So we're going to try to regroup Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. You know, we're trying to get some money factored into it, man. You know what I'm saying? So we can start making some money off of it. And I'm talking about to the point where we can make a living off of it. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, that would be nice. All right,
yeah.
Scott, for joining us.
All right. Okay, so I'll talk to y'all in a few days.
Okay. Have a good night.
All right, you too. All right. Oh, and by the way, man, what's up with them buckets, man?
And what's up with them Lakers? Are they out?
They done, man. They through, man. Lakers is through, man. You know what I'm saying? Clippers, they through, man. You know what I'm saying? They shut down, man. You know what I'm saying? Raiders,
Oh, your boy Derek Carr retired, so they're definitely done.
Who retired?
Who else? The Warriors is the only ones that's still doing anything.
The Chargers.
The Warriors are the only ones that's still doing anything.
Yeah, Warriors come out to play.
Yeah, your boy Derek Carr retired, Shabaka.
Yeah. He hung it up, you know. One of the Curry brothers got an injury, man, you know, and that's Steph Curry for the Warriors, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's gonna be out for a few weeks, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's showing.
Yeah, because age is catching up with him, man. You know, injuries is catching up with him, and I'm telling you, folks, listen to an old bastard. You know, when you get injured at 35, you don't heal like you do at 25. When you get injured at 45, you don't heal like at 35, and the shit has constantly gone downhill. You know what I'm saying? You know, but that's the law of biophysics. Okay. So shoot me some emails, Brother Che, and I'm gonna try to in my off times, man, while I'm there in LA. I'm gonna try to draw up some other ideas, man, and try to rebuild it, because the main thing, man, is to send people to that like page, man, because we had like 1,800 followers, and right now we only at 52.
Damn.
Yeah, I know. They did it to us on purpose, man. They didn't like this message, you know. But however, you know, we coming back, you know what I'm saying? You know, we got knocked down. And to quote the words of Muhammad Ali, it's bad enough to get knocked down, but it's worse to stay down.
Yeah, worse.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? All right. Okay. So shoot me some emails, man. You know what I'm saying?
All right, we'll do it, Shabaka. All right, have a good night.
All right, you two, talk to y'all soon. Okay.
All right. I'm gonna get back to this video. Thank you for joining us, Shabaka.
Do this. This is about. I want y'all. I'm gonna play this all the way through, and then I want y'all to. We're gonna break it back down.
They brought scientists in to say that black people were inferior, mentally inferior to white people.
He's talking about the pseudoscience. The pseudoscience. I mean, I'm gonna play both videos.
The world is flat. Name one. Study yourself and find a whole bunch of academics that say that the world is flat. Name one. I don't. Show me one. Let me ask you a question. Can you come back to no? This is what he does. He makes an argument, and then when he's asked for proof. I don't know them by name. I don't disprove what I'm saying. Can you come back next week for one? Can you come back next week? Yeah. Okay, thank you. But you can't keep doing this. Where you say no. Every time I ask you for an answer, no, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm saying I asked. I keep calling your bluff, and then when I say, "Why you go? You got it. You got it. You got it." And then when I go back to respond, you come back. You got it. That's not what's happening. You're saying name one. I don't know them. So.
All Mark Lamont Hill did, the dude said, this is how a lot of these, he's the typical Drake fan / pro-Democrat / bisexual kind of dude. They make assertions, then you say, okay, prove it. They flip out. He flipped out only because Mark Lamont Hill asked him, after the dudes claimed that there was a bunch of academics, he couldn't name one. If you can't name one, don't bring them up.
Right. So because I don't know them, that don't discredit what I'm saying. You keep saying name them. It's like Dr. Umar saying cite your source. Yes. Right? Nigga, we having a conversation. I can't say.
He said it's like Dr. Umar. I'm just pointing out how dumb this nigga is. He says like Dr. Umar saying cite your source. Dr. Umar didn't come up with cite your source.
Right.
That's basic academic shit.
Right.
You gotta cite your source in a 5th grade book report, you dickhead.
Right.
Oh my God. If you make an assertion in a 6th grade book report, you gotta say, I got this from To Kill a Mockingbird. You know a book report on To Kill a Mockingbird. If you pull out a quote, because most of us had to read To Kill a Mockingbird in school, in middle school, elementary, somewhere around there. Yeah. If you pull a quote from the book, you got to say what page number you got the quote from. You pull out an academic book, like this book here, Rhythm and Business, the same book I was talking about how black people were stolen from. You go to the back, when they made claims about the structure of stealing, it's saying where they got the information from. Entertainment industry economics, history of black business in America, race, New York Macmillan, the Harvard report, soul music environment, which I'm interviewing Dr. Logan Westbrook still this coming Sunday about that. But in order to write a book on how black music was stolen and get it published, the only way it got to being published is being able to break down where you got your information from. That's any fucking book. We talk about ancient and modern, when I talk about the black presence in Europe, you got to go to the bibliography. You got to go to the back. Actually, this one don't have one in the back because it's European, it's a different wine. But at the bottom of every fucking page, it's a fucking source. At the bottom of these pages, there are sources to where they got their information. That's not a Dr. Umar standard. What other book? This book I have here, this is out of print book. This academic book on black music that I have. Every page, when you get to this thing, and you go through the bibliography of this thing, look at this. Look how like the bibliography is almost as long as the book. The fuck is this dude talking about? That's a Dr. Umar. Hear that again. I'm just really pointing out, these are the people, the elevator don't go to the top. These people, like, he might be making a lot of money, he might have a cool family, he might be a good guy to go have a beer with at the bar. I'm not saying anything about him as a person. I'm just saying this dude's a fucking idiot.
It's like Dr. Umar saying, cite your source. Yes. Right? Nigga, we having a conversation. I can't say, yo, page 18 of this particular book, they still don't discredit what I'm saying.
Yes, it does. Right. That's why I tell people all the time, don't talk unless you know what you're talking about. Like, I understand basketball in and out, so I talk a lot of shit about basketball. I like football, but I don't understand the intricacies of football the way I understand the intricacies of basketball. So I don't get into arguments with football people who do understand that really well, because they're going to clean my clock. They're going to be able to say boom, 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 boom. Now, if we talking basketball, oh yeah, you're going to have to bring a lunch if you want to argue with me. Speaking of basketball, look at the young OG, Rancho Cienega Park, 1990, hooping. So why my coach look like Trey and Lawrence Fishburne from Boys in the Hood? This year Boys in the Hood came out before the riots. Yeah. BPS was running the hood over here. Rancho Cienega Park. By the way, I know some goddamn basketball, but I can't tell you shit about. I know football, but I don't know it enough to argue with somebody who's been studying it. That's why I shut the fuck up and don't talk about it.
Right.
Ain't? A lot of things I don't know. A wise man only talks about what he understands.
Right.
If you don't understand it, shut the fuck up.
Right.
That's intelligence.
Right.
I'm telling you
That's not what I'm saying. I wasn't asking. I'm saying come back tomorrow with one.
If you wanted to, because it's not a big deal.
I have studied. It is a big deal. I have studied this. No, I'm disagreeing.
If you wanted to really research the possibility of these things being accurate.
So you see that? He said, "You gonna learn, Trey." Y'all stupid. Yeah, man. Why y'all clowning my picture? Why y'all clowning my picture? Yeah, I wasn't starting when the season started, but I ended up starting that motherfucker. I'm just not noticing my coaches did look like Trey and Pop and Furious. Damn, my coaches look like Trey and Furious. I know the one coach looked like Furious, but I'm just not realizing the other coach looked like Trey. My mama is cleaning out the basement. I haven't seen this picture in damn near 30 years. But I was hooping though. I was like 8 or 9. I was hooping though. Lefty. That's what happened. We got that left-handed jump shot. People ain't ready for it. You can't block it. You ain't ready for it to come. Shake it, get it open, bucket. But this is the kind of idiot we dealing with. Now, this is the part that I really want to get on right here. This part right here, this is when the argument goes deeper. I want y'all to listen to what this dude had to say. This shit is another level of stupid.
Right. They brought scientists in to say that black people were inferior, mentally inferior to white people, and they had scientists that proved it.
He said there were scientists that said black people were mentally inferior. Listen to Mark Lamont Hill break down that pseudoscience and what it is and watch his reaction.
Mentally inferior to white people, and they had scientists that proved it.
Can I respond to that?
Quote unquote proved it.
Can I respond to that? The science that you're talking about, phrenology, which is the sort of early. Am I wrong? Did I say something wrong?
No, you're saying a whole bunch of words to say ish. You're right. They did have scientists that came in.
Listen to how dumb this dude is. For those who don't know, phrenology is the pseudoscience that suggested that black people were inferior based on the size of their skulls. But there wasn't a real science. It was a pseudoscience. They never used a scientific method. But this idiot don't know what the word phrenology is. And listen to his response. I'm playing that part again. Listen to his response to Mark Lamont Hill when Mark Lamont Hill uses the word.
Mentally inferior to white people, and they had scientists that proved it.
Can I respond to that?
Quote unquote proved it.
Can I respond to that? The science that you're talking about, phrenology, which is the sort of early. Am I wrong? Did I say something wrong?
No, you're saying a whole bunch of words to say ish. You're right. They did have scientists that came in.
No, can I respond? Because you said to let you finish, and then you started rolling your eyes. You turned red. Phrenology was not a science. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying a bunch of words to say you're right. I'm saying a bunch of words to saying you're misrepresenting the history of this. I actually know a lot about this. Can I finish?
No, they had biologists. It's not just one science. And this is when you start.
You're wrong. You're wrong. You're absolutely wrong about this. Can I finish?
We can have this conversation.
No, hold on.
We can have this conversation.
You said you don't like get cut off.
I don't want to do it on the camera.
That's fine, but you said your whole thing. And then I said 3 words. You come here and say I'm saying too many words. Do you mind if I respond to what you said? Okay, so phrenology was not a science. It was a pseudoscience. It was skull measuring. Phrenology was not a science, and phrenology wasn't based on empirical data. It was based on skull measuring. What Ish is right about is that they were talking about brain sizes, but the theory that the brain size was connected to intelligence was not empirically proven. It is nowhere near what happens when you talk about the sphere of the earth, the shape of the earth. The science that black people were not intelligent based on their brain size
So you
was never proven, and the scientists who came in have been discredited. Not that
this dude, when Mark Lamar Hill just named the brand of pseudoscience that was phrenology, this guy said you saying a bunch of words. And before that, said that he has an issue with people saying cite your sources. I'm bringing that up just to show up out there that these are the kind of people that are against reparations. He couldn't think his way out of a paper bag sitting on top of his head. That's a bone dry stone dummy. That's a straight up dummy. But these are the people that, when I heard about that person's role on the Joe Budden show, they're saying that he's before the Mark Lamar Hill got there, he was the intelligent one. He was the intelligent one. People, the short bus, too bad the short bus stops at 18. We used to know the retards. Now the retards, the retarded people are out in the air, out in the open. They dress nice, they talk normal. Some of them even got a little bit of bread in their pocket. But they still retarded. These are the people that we be having online arguments with. He's someone on that show that I've had issues with things he said in the past. And I'm almost feel like damn, DeWan, had I known he was this retarded, would I have reacted the way I did? That's why I'm reacting the way I'm reacting this time. Like, you know what? You notice I'm not emotionally riled up at this. You know? I'm not emotionally involved. I don't wish he get better or I'm none of that, because look, retards are retards. Today we're having this conversation to say, hey, look, once you identify somebody as a retard, understand, they're not going to catch up. There's nothing you can say or do to change a retarded person's mind. Someone who gets offended at someone asking them, okay, after they say there are doctors and scientists that say this, okay, name one. That's very simple. If I talk about Black history, I say, hey, Black people, we were here first. We, built the pyramids. And someone say, okay, name somebody. I'm gonna say Dr. John Henry Clark, Dr. Yosef Ben Nakinen, Dr. Tony Broder still goes there to this day. I can name at least 3. I can name more than that, but and if I cannot name a source, some stuff that I get isn't from books. A lot of what I understand musically comes from experience. But if it comes with my first-hand knowledge through experience, I'll tell you that. I understand this because this is something I put together after playing the drums seriously for 20 years. I haven't played seriously much in the last 10. But for 20 years, I was very serious about playing the drums. And through that experience, both on stage and in the studio, I was able to then learn to ask the right questions about what the differences between Black American rhythm and African rhythms. And because I have an ear for drums, I can talk to you about those rhythms and say, hey, no, I didn't learn that part from nobody else. I didn't learn this part. So if I hear somebody else saying it, you got it from me. I didn't learn this because there ain't no books talking about it. But I am able to teach. I listen to both. And I drew my conclusion based off of experience, ear. And if I say, okay, if I say, okay, don't believe me, just listen, I'll say, okay, let's listen to some African Yoruba rhythms. Let me see. They say, they like to say a lot of our music comes from the Yoruba sound and rhythms. Okay. I'll play this. I can count as a musician. Quarter notes. That is an African rhythm. Let's go to some music out of Benin. If I go here, this is another African rhythm. Hurry the fuck up. Hey. That's an African rhythm. As a drummer, I know that that's not my rhythm. My rhythm is, that's my rhythm. These are my drums.
Ow. Don't make me do that.
Damn, sucker. Backbeat, 2 and the 4. It's not a bunch of ole, 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 ole. Beautiful music. I have no diss against that music, but that drum beat, that rhythm is a lot different than Dennis Chambers on the drums. So I didn't read that part in the book. A lot of the books will say, hey, Black African. And I said, are they? So I started listening to their music and counting for myself. Nah, it's a different rhythm, homeboy. Can you imagine? Can you imagine Stephanie Mills trying to sing over this rhythm? That's straight up club Yoruba music. But can you imagine this beautiful voice trying to sing over that voice? Singing those open notes on top of I feel good. I feel good all over. Would that fit? No. Because African rhythm is distinctly different from the Black American rhythm. Completely different rhythms. You see how I was able to decipher and show you guys the difference between what I learned from somebody else and what I learned through primary research, basically being an experienced drummer who understands rhythm intrinsically? How I was able to say, no, I can't tell you where I read that. I can't tell you where I got it from. But let's play some music and prove it. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. And if you're watching this later, the music version is going to be on my membership page. I might have to blur some of this music out. Yoruba music. That's their folk music. That's their folk music. And this is my folk music. Oh no, let me I'm gonna go here. That's their folk music. And this is my folk music right here. Don't ever trust a woman until she's dead. Don't ever trust a woman until she's dead. That's my folk music. That's my folk music. This is their folk music. I rest my case. So that's the difference, ish, with a person that when you make a claim, you got to be able to prove it. You got to either say, this is where I learned it from, this is the science behind it, and if it's going to be the academic standard, you need at least 3 sources. From where I come from, 5 sources. Most of what I tell you, if I source it from somewhere else, I generally can give you five different sources on different things. The other stuff, I just can flat out explain to you because I know rhythm. But let me tell you something I'm not going to do, Ish. I'm not going to talk about melodies and chords because I don't know melodies and chords. I can't hear the difference between an A flat, a C flat, a D sharp. I don't know a motherfucking thing about chords. And like I hear the changes. I like changes. Changes make me feel good. But what I'm not going to do is sit around and say, no, black music is American because we use a D sharp 9 and they play. And if somebody says, all right, prove it, I'm be like, because I can't tell you a motherfucking difference between the chords. But I can tell you some rhythm. That's why it comes down to sticking in your wheelhouse, people. Only talk when you know what you're talking about. And if you can't back up what you say, and if what you say can't stand the questioning, is it worth believing? That's the question I had to ask myself when I stopped going to church back in the day. I'm like, all right, because I was scared of church my whole life. Up until I was 33, I played the drum in church every Sunday. Until I was 31, 32. And then when I was questioning my commitment to all the shit that I learned, the indoctrination I got as a baby, as a youngster, you know, I've been going to church my whole goddamn life and no issues with the church. I'm not just here to talk about it, to talk bad about the church. I'm not doing that. What I'm saying is I got to the point into my belief system. Do I keep with the beliefs I learned as a youngster, as a baby? Or do I refine my beliefs to stand up to the time that I'm in now, dealing with what I'm dealing with? I was in a church back in these days, in the church, coming from church straight to my basketball game. Somebody said I'm stupid for the music examples. I'm just saying. But when I left the church and I got more open, not to discredit the church has taught me a whole lot. A lot of the parables in the Bible I still hold on to. But when I went to expand in my mind, I had to ask myself, if this religious belief that I believe in it in my whole life, if it's worth believing in, it will stand up to questioning. Anything worth believing in stands up to question. 3 + 3 is 6. You can ask 1 trillion questions. 3 + 3 is always going to be 6. And make sure you go to intellectualpower.net, because this is something else. Ish, you probably can use some of this right here. You might need to order a goddamn 2-bottle and give yourself Mickey Mouse ears with these intellectual powers, because this will open up the brain fog. For me, it did. I can't tell what it do for you, but it broke up my brain fog. Intellectualpower.net. Also, Peace Pads. The link to both is in the description. Go there now. Product code D Brown for 10% off. Now, back to what I was saying about belief. I don't have to believe the weather. I go outside and I experience it. I don't even believe in history. I don't believe in history. I believe what reasonably makes sense based off what I read. And I compare what I read to my experience, because all history is a current event. And through empirical data, my beliefs are always open for change, because it ain't worth believing in if I can't prove it. And some stuff I believe, but I know I can't prove. You know what I mean? Like, I believe I'll whoop Larry Goodwell's ass, but I know Larry Goodwell is never gonna step in the boxing ring with me, so he's not gonna get to find out. You dig? If Larry was here, I know I'd knock that nigga out. I believe so. But I know Larry ain't got the courage, and I know that he ain't got the heart to get in the boxing ring with me. So that's just gonna have to be a belief that is just a belief. I'm not gonna be able to prove it because Larry Goodwell is a hoe. And y'all tell him I said that. You dig? So, with that being said, it's just people, you gotta watch where you consume information and who you're listening to when you consume it. And then pay attention to these kind of moments. If you're dealing with somebody that can't be moved, and that you tell them you got research, or you ask them to just in some light, low-key way prove what you're saying, if they get offended at that, you can still be friends with them, you can still like them, listen to their podcasts or whatever. But you got to ask yourself, is this bull jive doohickey I'm listening to, is it worth believing and holding on to?
All right, thank you, Dewan B, for that. All right, ladies, here with your thoughts on with Dewan B. Went over with the Tether crew. Otherwise, Joe Budden, his little crew of Tethers. Right.
Can't have intellectual conversation. That's all we keep shooting, and then just illegal reparations. Who the fuck is he?
Man. All right.
Like he's dropping albums or anything.
No.
She knew he's a bit of a hack. It's just like everybody got an opinion. He just have his album. That's about it.
Yeah. All right, thank you, Lady Chen. All right, moving along, we got MS-13 prison riot. Illegal immigrants injure multiple prison guards in Virginia. So TD Media Group's gonna give us an update on that.
The only thing Americans want to hear from Kamala Harris is an apology for joining Joe Biden. Remember, she was the border czar, joining Joe Biden in aiding and abetting the invasion of our country. And we're never going to stop talking about this because what they did to this country is unforgivable. It is an eternal stain on the Democrat Party. Every day we read another story. Every day we arrest another alien they let into this country who raped a child, who beat a woman within an inch of her life, who murdered a mom, who murdered a dad, who trafficked drugs into this country, who trafficked fentanyl into this country, who are responsible for dead and slaughtered Americans. And I don't know what's broken in the Washington press corps, that none of that moves them emotionally. The only thing that gets them exercised is, do we need to have more trials for terrorist supporters? We need to have more trials for gangbangers. We need to have more trials for illegal alien invaders, even though Congress and the Constitution clearly say that you can expel invaders and illegal aliens quickly, efficiently, and properly. This president has literally saved America, and I could not be prouder. I could not be prouder, as I know Caroline feels the same way, to come every single day to this building where we have a leader sitting in office whose first, last, and every thought is the safety, prosperity, security, and sovereignty of the citizens. That's an important word, people. Citizens of this republic.
What's going on, everybody? Thank you all for joining me today. If you haven't already, please make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel, and most importantly, please make sure that you are following me on Telegram at CD Media Group to help circumvent social media censorship and shadow banning. With the introduction out of the way, let's get into today's news. And today we have to head on over to Virginia. I don't think we've been to Virginia before, but we're headed there now because in Virginia, the Democrat Party's top constituency group, MS-13, they took over a prison, a full-scale riot that was 100% premeditated. This wasn't something spontaneous. It was something that was planned and very well orchestrated. They were unsuccessful in, I guess you could say, what would be some sort of an attempt to escape, but they were very successful in harming multiple correction officers in the prison. And I want to get into that right now because, you know, once again, as usual, you know, these are the people that the Democrat Party wants to protect. These are the people that these DNC lunatics want to keep in the country. These are the people that DNC lunatics have made it virtually impossible to deport without having to jump through every hoop and hurdle to get them out of here, right? Look at this headline. Virginia prison guards injured in premeditated attack by MS-13 members, officials say. Here we go. 5 guards were injured in an apparent premeditated attack by inmates affiliated with the DNC's top group, MS-13 and Sereno 13 gangs at a Virginia prison, state correction officials said. The attack occurred at 9:45 a.m. on May 2nd at the Wallens Ridge State Prison, a super maximum security prison located in Big Stone Gap, a remote town in Southwest Virginia, according to the State Department of Corrections. 5 guards were injured in the incident, including 3 who were stabbed and were transported for outside medical treatment. 3 officers, including 2 who suffered minor injuries, were responding to the attack, were released from the hospital on the day of the attack, the agency said in a news release provided to USA Today. The remaining 2 guards were hospitalized in stable condition. The agency described the incident as premeditated stabbing. The agency described the incident as a premeditated stabbing. targeting 3 corrections officers. 6 of the inmates involved in the attack had all been convicted of violent crimes, including aggravated murder, first and second degree murder, the violating of women, as I say, the R word, RAPE, according to the agency. The agency said 5 out of 6 inmates were confirmed MS-13 gang members from El Salvador who were in the United States unlawfully. Translation, they were in the United States illegally. The other inmate involved in the attack was a U.S. citizen and confirmed members. 5 of the individuals responsible for this senseless attack should never have been in the country in the first place. And I 100% agree. Virginia Department of Correction Director Chad Dotson said in a statement, "Every single day, our officers put their lives on the line to ensure public safety for the more than 8.8 million people across the Commonwealth. This attack is an example of the dangers they face when they show up to work every day." State corrections officials did not provide additional details on the incident, citing the ongoing investigation. I want to come back to this quote right here, right? From the Virginia Department of Corrections director, when he said, 5 of the individuals responsible for this senseless attack should have never been in this country in the first place. Once again, I 1,000,000,000% agree with that statement. I had a conversation with a friend of mine's, I want to say about 2 weeks ago, and this is something that I've stated on here, this channel before during a video, but I want to reiterate it again. You know, obviously, murder across the board is bad, right? That goes without saying. You shouldn't be taking people's lives. You shouldn't be violating women and violating children, as I say. You know, but as far as I'm concerned, it's significantly worse when it occurs by an illegal immigrant, because you're talking about someone who should not have been here in the first place when you're discussing people like this, right? Should have never been here. Oftentimes you will hear DNC lunatics say it doesn't matter, and they'll poo-poo this as not a big deal because technically American citizens commit more crimes than illegal immigrants, but that's not the point, right? When you're talking about, you can say homegrown murder, for lack of better terms, you know, that's one thing. Because essentially there's nothing you could really do about that. You know, it's American citizen and, you know, it kind of is what it is. Stuff happens and it's unfortunate. But think about how upset you would be, how devastated you would be. And I can't even begin to imagine how enraged I would be if I lost a family member to someone who should have never even been here in the first place. That they were here committing these kind of crimes is because DNC lunatics let them in, and DNC lunatics refuse to allow us to deport them. You know who they are. I'm pretty sure all those guys that were locked up for the crimes that they committed, I'm pretty sure they were in and out of jail multiple times before the final crime that put them into maximum security prison. But because DNC lunatics refused to assist in the deportation of illegal immigrants, as you can see now what's happening with President Trump. How many injunctions have been placed on Trump to stop him from deporting these MS-13 domestic terrorists, right? How many injunctions have been placed to stop Trump from deporting Terrain de Aragua gang members / terrorists and cartel members / terrorists? You're trying to get these people out of here, and these DNC lunatics are saying, no, keep them. And this is the kind of stuff that happens when you keep them. I want to show you how far these DNC lunatics are willing to go to protect MS-13 and Terrain de Aragua gang members. Look at this video here. Let me pull this up on the screen right now. I can never remember this idiot's name. And excuse, you know, I try to be professional. I don't like calling people out of their names, but this guy's an idiot, man. It just is what it is, and because it really irritates me. I can't remember this idiot's name, but you all know him. Some of you guys in the comment section have nicknamed him Frosty. And as soon as I said Frosty, it popped in your head right away. You know who I'm talking about. Let me know if when I said Frosty, you knew exactly who I meant in the comment section, right? But here this guy goes right here. I want to play this clip of what this idiot stated, right? Because it just goes to show how far these people are willing to go to literally protect gang members, illegal immigrant gang members who should have never been here in the first place, that end up taking the lives and harming American citizens who would otherwise still be alive and not have been harmed if the federal government was allowed to do its job and remove these criminals from the country. Let's take a listen to what this dummy had to say.
Why do I care what their status was when they committed the crime? I say in the book, if I get shot, if I get murdered by an undocumented immigrant, please tell my children I did not care that they were undocumented.
Right.
That's how far these people are willing to go to protect MS-13 gang members. It does matter. Because when you're talking about people that have been killed by illegal immigrants, or for somebody who's been killed by a citizen, you're talking about somebody who was not even supposed to be here. And it's people like this idiot, this moron, that is the reason that so many of these terrorists are able to walk around the country terrorizing American citizens and feeling free and clear to do it, especially if they're in the DNC city, because they know nothing's going to happen. Chicago, Illinois, nothing's going to happen. New York, nothing's going to happen, you know? Well, maybe something might happen because, you know, we have Eric Adams working with Tom Homan. So maybe in New York for the time being while Eric Adams is still mayor, but you get the point, you know? Los Angeles, nothing's going to happen. You know, we have free reign to do what we want because people like this will protect them. This is the face of the protector of MS-13. This is the face of the protector of Troy and De Agua. This is the face of the protector of cartel members who otherwise should and would be removed, but people like him keep putting in place all these crazy injunctions to stop President Trump from removing these criminals from the country. What I want to do next is I want to get into another video in closing, just to see if we can get a little bit more detail about what went on during that prison riot. So what I want to do right now is pull up one more video. And let's just check this out very quickly to see if we can get some more information on what happened that day. So let me pull this clip up for you guys right now.
We have this morning's Newsmax crime report, and we often, of course, report crimes by illegal immigrants.
Yeah, it happens a lot in this country. And there's another angle, though, that doesn't get enough attention. So the toll these crimes have on the prison system here, including attacks we're seeing now on corrections officers. Newsmax crime correspondent Jason Matera has the details of a violent stabbing inside a Virginia prison, and it left 5 officers injured and 2 hospitalized. It's really horrific. Jason, what can you tell us this morning?
Good morning, Mark and Charlotte. So this was an attack that the Virginia Department of Corrections is, and it involved MS-13. Here's what we know. On Friday morning, 6 inmates at Wallens Ridge State Prison launched a coordinated assault on corrections officers. Prison officials say 5 of the 6 assailants are in the country illegally and with verified ties to MS-13. And all of them have been convicted of gruesome crimes, including first-degree murder, and authorities haven't said yet what triggered the ambush, but the corrections director didn't hold back, saying that the individuals responsible for this senseless attack should have never been in the country in the first place. And it's a sentiment Virginia State Senator Mark Peake echoes, adding that the surge of violent illegal inmates in state prisons means that it's time to upgrade security.
I want to pause right there. You know, I don't think it's time to upgrade security as much as I think that, to be honest with you, man, when an illegal immigrant commits a violent crime, they should just immediately be sent out of the country, right? You're sending the CCOT immediately. I didn't look into this. Maybe somebody can verify this in the comment section. I saw in passing, I don't know if this is true or not. I'm just saying this out loud right now, but I saw in passing that there were talks of sending, you know, violent illegal immigrants to Rwanda. I promise you I'm all for that. I promise you, I'm all for that. All the way out of here. Send them over to Africa in some Rwandan jail. You know, you thought CCOT was bad. You know? Oh, Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. You thought CCOT was bad. I'm not trying to see what the inside of a jail cell in Rwanda looks like, you know? But you send them off to Rwanda. Remember, there were talks of sending illegal immigrants off to the Sudan. You know, send them over there. I think that should be something that's done immediately, honestly, to be in prison. But world, man, American prisons are soft, man, compared to around the world. It's a vacation. It's a vacation for a lot of these guys. You know, when you're talking about these hardened, extremely violent criminals, prison is a vacation. It's a vacation. They don't care. You'd have to send them to a CCOT where they can really feel like they're paying for what they've done, you know. And in my opinion, send them to the Sudan, send them to Rwanda, send it to some prison in the Congo, as far as I'm concerned. Bye-bye. Because that's not a game over there in those kind of prisons. It's not sweet over there. You don't get to be, you know, have your cell phone inside of those places over there, doing TikToks while in jail over there. It doesn't work like that over there, you know. Attack one of those prison guards in in Rwanda or the Sudan if you want to. that'll be the end of you. You'd be done after that. You know, so I'm all for that, and I think that that's what should happen. You know, I don't want to beat a dead horse too much, you know, but should security be stepped up? Absolutely. But when you're talking about folks like this, goodbye, immediately, goodbye, sayonara. Anyway, let's carry on and round this out.
13 attack on the officers in Wallens Ridge, just premeditated, just out, because they're in for life. I would imagine if they're at Wallens Ridge, they got nothing to lose. So why not? We'll take a couple of DOC officers out with us. We're gonna.
You see, I hate to cut it off, but that's what I'm saying. They're in for life. Hardened murderers. They don't care. You have to send folks like that to someplace where they are going to pay. And CCOT, the Sudan, and Rwanda sounds about right to me. These American prisons are too sweet. They're too sweet, man.
Gonna have to step up our security. There's gonna be a lot more solitary confinement.
Mark, Charlotte, what makes this case particularly outrageous is first you have these illegals shouldn't be in the country, right? They're committing crimes, usually against other American citizens. It lands them in a supermax facility, and then they go on a stabbing spree against corrections officers who are charged and tasked with keeping the public safe from these violent offenders. Just more fallout from the lawless open borders we were experiencing for the last 4 years.
Jason, I can almost hear the folks in my feed just losing their minds right now going, why are we even housing illegal aliens in our state prisons on taxpayer dime? If you're a criminal and you're illegal, get them back to their own country and let them lock them up.
Exactly, or send them to Rwanda or the Sudan.
That is such a great question, right? I was thinking the same thing. I asked Virginia State Senator Mark Peake that, and he said, listen, the problem is if we just deport them right away, we don't know if they'll actually serve a sentence, right, in a foreign country. So it depends on the leader at the time. So we may send them overseas back to their home country, and chances are they may or may not serve a prolonged sentence. So he said, what we got to do is make sure we impose a stiff penalty here where they commit the crime, serve out the sentence, then kick them out.
So they're making sure if they do the crime, they have to do the time, and by ensuring that they do it here. Okay, yeah, no, it makes sense. It makes sense. All right, thank you.
I'm going to say this one last time in closing. Send them to the Sudan or send them to Rwanda. I assure you that they will be doing all their time. And that is not where they want to serve their time, let alone break out free at. Okay? And we'll leave it at that. We'll leave it there. This is completely ridiculous, man, and out of control. But, you know, what can you say? When you have DNC lunatics, once again, like our man Frosty here, who's going hard in the paint to make sure they stay in the country. This is what we have to deal with. And with all that being said, that does it for today's stream. Or I should say, that does it for today's news. So thank you guys for joining me today. Please hit the like button on your way out. Subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel. Share this video on your social media platforms. And also do not forget to follow me on Telegram at TD Media Group. The link to my Telegram is in the description box below and pinned in the comment section as well. Thank you all for your time. Until the next video, peace and have a great afternoon.
All right, so President Trump signing an executive order creating a new Center for Homeless Vets, and he'll pay for it by redirecting funds that were used for the illegals in this country to fund all of this. Tunnel to Tower CEO and founder Frank Siller joins us now. Frank, so the president has made it very clear we were using all this other money for people that weren't citizens. Let's take care of our vets. How's that going to help Tunnel to Towers?
I love the announcement, the executive order. I mean, you just think about how many homeless vets that we have on the streets here. We should take care of them first before anybody else, quite frankly. The president, during his first 4 years, paid a lot of attention to our veterans, and most certainly doing it again in this his second term. He has said in the campaign that he wanted to eradicate homelessness amongst our veterans. This is exactly our mission at the Tunnel to Towers Foundation. Yes, we're going to take care of all the great heroes that are catastrophically injured. We're going to deliver them mortgage-free smart homes and fallen first responders and Gold Star families. One dies in the line of duty, leaves young kids behind. We're going to take care of every single one with the mortgage-free homes. That being said, there are so many homeless veterans that give us this country that we live in, and this executive order is going to make a tremendous difference. Put a big spotlight on.
What are you hearing from the vets? Because, I mean, we see them on the streets of America today. You know them personally. You've been housing them already with Tunnel to Towers. What are they saying now that the president is activating the country and saying, hey, we got to take care of our people?
Well, you know, so I did a walk for the 20th anniversary, and I walked from the Pentagon to Shanksville Ground Zero. And I remember walking through Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, and I went under an underpass, and down there were so many homeless people, and most of them were veterans. And it was gut-wrenching to see that. They need our help. They need our help. They served our country. They put their lives on the line for us. We need to take care of them. And exactly what we're doing at Tunnel to Towers. We ask people to go to t2t.org, go do $11 a month. But we can't do it alone. We need Fox viewers. They're terrific. You know, you've been helping us for so many years. But it'll be great if, because of this executive order that President Trump has put out there, he has a mission to get this done, and we have a mission to get it done. And I believe, you know, public and private working together, that this is the only way it gets done.
Frank, this is good work. But I was telling you off air, this is hard work. I mean, I know the boys that I spend time hunting with, you know, in a minute they'll be fighting or anything. You got to house these guys with mental health problems, drug addictions, don't have social services for food and everything, and keep order as well. How do you do it?
Well, I'm going to tell you, first of all, I'm going to just read out the list of places where we're doing for homeless veterans right now. We're buying hotels or vacant land, and we're building these villages or renovating these hotels into permanent housing for the older veterans and transitional for younger ones, because we want them to transition out and back into society. Atlanta, Georgia, Bradenton, Florida, Memphis, Tennessee, Bayville, New Jersey, just broke ground on it, Harrisburg, Denver, Buffalo, New York, Detroit, North Carolina, North Charleston, South Carolina, Houston, Riverdale, Austin. We're already in California. In the West LA property, which the president talked about, we already have a facility there that we've been working on for the last couple of years. And we poured in to that project, because it was stalled for quite a while. We poured $72 million into that project to get homeless veterans off the street. But the list goes on. I got another 20 properties here that we're buying hotels to, because in that, because you talked about what they needed, right? What they needed. So on these premises, on these properties, we give career and educational guidance, behavioral health support, which is mental health treatment, substance abuse treatment. Come on, because we know that has to be taken care of. You just can't put a roof over their heads. You got to get them. There's counseling, therapy, preventive care, rehabilitation, entitlement, benefit supports, and more and more and more. Because put a roof over their head, but get them the help they need, because you know what? These are great heroes, and they deserve us.
You made a
to
promise
take
that
care
you were
of
going
them.
to do it. The president made a promise that he was going to do it, and now we see the forces coming together. I can't
Amen.
wait to see what's going to happen next. Thanks, Frank. We appreciate you, brother.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
Tonight at 9, the federal government is canceling tens of millions of dollars in grants for the city and county of Denver. We have confirmed the Department of Homeland Security says FEMA will not pay Denver $24 million in grant money promised to help shelter migrants. FEMA had already given the city $8 million of the $32 million it originally promised. In a letter obtained by Fox 31, FEMA writes in part, quote, grant programs that support or have the potential to support illegal immigration through funding illegal activities or support for illegal aliens that is not consistent with DHS's enforcement focus do not effectuate the agency's current priorities. Today, Denver's budget director also said $1 million grant for housing electrification has been cut, and several grants for public health could be in jeopardy. Overall, Denver's budget has anywhere from $100 to $200 million of grant money, most of it coming from the feds.
The city does not have the capacity, if all of that federal funding were to go away, to backfill it. And so that is another risk that we are carefully monitoring and very concerned about. There have been several grant terminations.
We reached out to the mayor's office about the potential impact of the FEMA cuts on this year's budget. Officials saying the short-term impact is small. They sent us a statement saying, quote, FEMA dollars take an eternity, and these were never going to be factored into either this year's budget or next year's. We'd only received about a quarter of the grant in question to date. But ultimately, it's still money the city could use, and we worked very hard to procure in response to a crisis that was not of our making.
And developing this morning, 3 Colorado businesses face $8 million in fines due to illegal alien employment violations. That's according to U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE.
Yeah, the violations were discovered following worksite audits. Fox 31's Carly Moore joins us live with more details on this morning. Carly.
Yeah, Kirk, Andrea, good morning. Basically, ICE filed a notice to fine these 3 Colorado businesses for their employment violations, and they actually named the businesses on X. Take a look at that post here, calling them out, talking about this situation. ICE said that they're focusing on making sure businesses comply with federal employment laws, with I-9 audits, civil penalties, and prosecution when applicable. The companies will be fined. According to ICE, are listed here. CCS Denver Inc. will be fined over $6 million after ICE says a 100% substantive violation rate and evidence of knowingly hiring and employing at least 87 unauthorized workers. Then PBC Commercial Cleaning Systems Inc. will be fined $1.5 million for 74% violation rate and employing at least 12 unauthorized workers. Grain Management Denver is set to be fined $270,000 after a 100% violation rate, and ICE found 44 unauthorized employees.
They performed an I-9 audit in which they found, multiple Social Security number probably matches and no matches. So they went through with a civil violation of these companies for employing people who are unlawfully present in the United States and unauthorized to work in the United States.
So we found that CCS Denver and PBC Commercial offer professional cleaning services here in Denver. According to the expert there, these types of audits have been happening for the last decade or so. It's not just because of this new administration. Live at ICE headquarters this morning, Carly Moore, Fox 31.
All right, Carly, thank you.
With Aurora City Council passing a controversial proposal to change how it accepts public comment.
Yeah, some arguing that it could violate the First Amendment. The resolution allows only one person at the podium during public comment, unless it's a child or someone who needs an interpreter. It also bans cameras or recording devices in the well of city council chambers during any meeting or public comment. It also allows council members to appear virtually, including off camera.
Fox 31's Greg Nieto live in Aurora with why the resolution was introduced and community members' concerns tonight. Greg.
Yeah, Jeremy, one city council member says simply this all comes down to safety, and the majority of the city council tonight agreed with her. Every Monday is an important Monday at Aurora City Council. Tonight, no exception.
This is the 5th or 6th rule change to limit what happens at this podium.
The council voting not on an issue per se, but the way to talk about an issue. Voting to change the parameters on public comment. One person at the podium. Whether to allow recording devices and cameras in chambers. And whether council members can attend meetings virtually without having to give 24 hours notice. The camera provision, though, was removed before council vote.
This is an effort to try, as I said, to maintain decorum and solemnity to official governmental proceedings that, as I understand it, have been interrupted in the past.
Steven Zansberg is a lawyer who specializes in First Amendment issues. He also serves as president of the Colorado Freedom of Information Coalition. Zansberg says on the surface, he does not see any violation of First Amendment rights.
They're not saying that only Democrats can speak, or only can speak, or only people who are in favor of the police can speak. They're not taking sides. It's not viewpoint discriminatory. It's a time, place, and manner restriction.
The vote comes in light of the members of the community speaking out about the Kylan Lewis case. A year ago, Lewis had been shot and killed by police after a confrontation. Lewis supporters have been vocal ever since at city council meetings. Zansberg says on the surface, he doesn't see the changes as going too far.
As long as they're not overly restrictive and allow everyone some chance to state their position to their elected officials, it would probably survive a constitutional challenge.
And these changes will go into effect at the next Aurora City Council meeting 2 weeks from tonight. In Aurora, Greg Nieto, Fox 31.
All right, Greg, thank you.
DEA agents arresting more than 100 migrants during a raid on an underground nightclub in Colorado.
Doug Lazater is joining us from Washington with all the details. Good morning, Doug.
And Carly and Todd, good morning. This was a dramatic raid over the weekend. More than 100 people detained from this underground nightclub in Colorado Springs, including alleged illegal immigrants and U.S. service members. This is how it all played out.
This is the DEA. All aspects of the structure. Exit the structure with your hands up.
You see all the people streaming out of the club there. It's a big operation. It included some 300 law enforcement officers from at least 10 federal agencies. In addition to the illegal immigrants, the DEA says more than a dozen active duty U.S. service members were also detained, some of whom were said to be working security. The agency also says the club has been linked to gang members from Tren de Aragua and MS-13. U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi posted this on X. This morning, the DEA apprehended over 100 illegal aliens at an underground nightclub frequented by Tren de Aragua and MS-13 terrorists. Cocaine, meth, and pink cocaine seized. The 2 people were also arrested on existing warrants. As we approach his 100 days in office, President Trump's directive to make America safe again is achieving results. And let's take a look at what that building looks like after the raid. You see it boarded up there. We may hear much more about this through the course of the morning. In about 2 hours and 15 minutes, there's going to be a joint briefing from White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt and Border Czar Tom Homan. Todd and Carly.
And not only that, Attorney General Pam Bondi is also going to be on Fox and Friends later this morning with all the latest details on this raid and so much more. So stick around for that. Doug Lazater, live for us in Washington.
Thanks,
Doug, thank you. Let's bring in John Fabricatori. He is the former head of ICE in Denver and a Heritage Foundation visiting fellow. And he, of course, joins me now. John, good morning to you. The sheer number of people involved in this raid, 300 law enforcement officers from 10 different agencies, arresting 114 illegal immigrants, some of them with serious criminal records. The numbers here stand out to me. What stands out to you regarding this?
Well, yeah, the numbers are incredible, but this is the second club that the DEA has raided since January with a large number of illegal immigrants. This operation was very well planned, very well coordinated, by multiple agencies. It was not leaked, which is great because we had a leaked operation here in Colorado. And showing the DEA taking this down with all these multiple agencies is absolutely a good thing.
I also want to get your take on a situation that unfolded in Washington, D.C. Of all the idiotic things an illegal immigrant could do, one of them allegedly stole DHS Secretary Kristi Noem's purse. He was arrested on Saturday, allegedly a serial criminal from Chile, racking up over 20 theft charges in just about 5 months. His co-conspirator was arrested yesterday. Here is Tom Homan on that.
If you're going to rob from the Secretary of Homeland Security, that means you're going to do just about anything. So he picked the wrong target. They got right on it. He's now arrested. He'll be held accountable. Secretary Noem is a no-nonsense secretary, and she's going to continue to enforce the law. So I think this is a pure example of illegal aliens committing crimes across the cities, big and small.
Yeah, U.S. Attorney Ed Martin came out and said that Kristi Noem was likely targeted not because of her position as DHS secretary, but because she did have a luxury handbag with her. But imagine being these two people the moment they realized that they messed with the wrong person. So your thoughts on this situation?
So this looks like it was a South American theft group. We've had some issues, with them throughout the United States, and this guy just saw a target of opportunity, which is incredible that he targeted our Secretary Kristi Noem for Department of Homeland Security. She has a protection detail. We don't know if it was there with her or not, but he was able to abscond with her bag from inside of a restaurant that she was in. This just goes to show the level of crime that these illegal aliens are willing to go to get what they want.
Yeah, and then another big news item when it comes to illegal immigration is what's going on in our court systems. There have been a lot of rulings against the Trump administration. One judge was recently arrested for trying to shield an illegal immigrant from ICE. So what are your thoughts on that element of what's going on right now and how detrimental that will ultimately be to President Trump's agenda and getting illegal immigrants out of this country?
These judges need to realize that the Immigration Nationality Act was voted in by Congress, that it is the law of the land. And what President Trump is trying to do right now is just have that law enforced. He's trying to make communities safer. These renegade judges that are going out there and trying to shield illegal criminal aliens, illegal aliens that have been convicted of crimes before, that have been deported from the United States before. All President Trump is trying to do is keep our communities safer, and these judges need to be sat down and explained to what the law actually is.
Well, while all of this is going on, the numbers at the border in terms of illegal crossings is at an all-time low. So that will ultimately take some of the heavy lifting off the shoulders of ICE agents. John, thank you so much for joining us.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
Also today, a major DEA operation at an underground nightclub in Colorado Springs leads to the arrest of more than 100 people who federal officials say entered the U.S. illegally. Officials say drug trafficking and prostitution were happening inside that club. Video from the DEA posted to their X page shows the moment when officers arrive and people from the club start to panic and flee. Fox 31's Aaliyah Sims has more on this story tonight. Aaliyah?
Yeah, Kim, this has been a long-term investigation by the Drug Enforcement Administration and a number of federal partners. Now, federal officials did undercover work and they conducted surveillance for months to identify what was going on here.
More than 300 law enforcement officers assisted in the operation led by the DEA Rocky Mountains Field Division.
We seized quite a number of guns and took a number of people into custody. As a result of this operation is that Colorado Springs is waking up to a safer community today.
DEA Rocky Mountain Field Division Special Agent in Charge Jonathan Pullen says significant drug trafficking, prostitution, and crimes of violence were happening inside the nightclub located near Airport Road and South Academy Boulevard. Officials made entry just before 4 this morning. ICE, one of the agencies a part of that operation, taking dozens of people into custody.
So as you may suspect, when the cops showed up at the door, most of the drugs hit the floor. And we did find cocaine. It looks like some pink cocaine or the Tusi. We had over 100 illegal aliens inside as well, and those over 100 illegal aliens were taken into custody by ICE.
Pullen says more than a dozen active service members were in the club during the operation, and they were involved in some of the crimes, either as patrons or working as armed security.
Yeah, it's obviously concerning to have active duty military involved. We're working with our partners at Army CID on that piece. Obviously, where we are here in the Springs, there's a lot of military bases here, so it's not necessarily surprising, but we're going to take that very seriously.
Federal officials say the nightclub was frequented by Trinidad Aragua, MS-13, and Hell's Angels, but they could not confirm if any members were involved in the arrests.
The message is we're not going to stand for this criminality in our city.
And earlier this year, the DEA raided what they called a makeshift nightclub in Adams County. At that time, more than 40 people who they say were in the country illegally were arrested. Reporting live here in studio, Aaliyah Sims, Fox 31.
Well, new here at 9 o'clock, neighbors in Lakewood are calling for the city to come up with a permanent resolution to homeless encampments popping up in their neighborhoods. They say that this site right here on 14th and Vance became a problem earlier this year.
And they say they have seen it grow since a recent cleanup effort at 6th and Wadsworth and the interchange that happened last week. Fox 31's Aaliyah Sims has been talking with neighbors about this. She joins us live in the studio with what they have to say. Aaliyah.
Well, Matt Talia, Lakewood police say while they are aware of this camp on 14th and Vance, they cannot confirm if it's the same people from the 6th and Wadsworth cleanup. They say they offered help to everyone who was living there, but a lot of times it's just not accepted, creating an endless cycle. And they say it's really no easy answer to any of it.
I've been at this location for almost 10 years now, and we love the work we do.
But lately, the work Marie Archambault has been doing at her outpatient treatment facility at the corner of 14th and Vance has been made harder.
Kind of always been a problem, but it seems like it's gotten worse since that encampment got closed on 6th and Wadsworth.
She's talking about this growing encampment just feet away from the center. Recently, staff here added concrete barriers to keep people away after finding matches and syringe tops under the stairway.
Just seeing like fires around our building, feces, syringes. I feel like everyone deserves a safe place to recover at. And I'm worried that some of my clients aren't feeling safe or they're triggered when they're trying to come just get help.
It's like continuous ebb and flow. Sometimes it's worse than other times. You know, one encampment comes and then a whole bunch of people come.
Anila Johnson has noticed the problem for nearly a year and says she has reached out to the city multiple times.
Constantly, they clean up 14th area and then they move to 13th and then they stay there for a week and then come over here on 14th. So it's not, there's no permanent solution.
She says the city wastes a lot of resources when the encampments just move to other areas.
They leave trash and fecal matter and drugs.
Her mother, Ramey Johnson, believes the city should be more proactive.
I think the city is kind of turning their eye and neglecting this, knowing that property values will go down.
I'm just looking for a permanent solution for everyone that lives in this area.
And neighbors say they believe the problem is a public health emergency and would like to see area health departments work together to find a better solution to what seems like a never-ending problem. Now, I did reach out to the city to see if there are any plans to clean up the area. I'm still waiting on a response tonight. In studio, Aaliyah Sims, Fox 31.
All right, Aaliyah, thank you. We start here at 9:30 with authorities clearing a growing homeless encampment out in Lakewood, and neighbors worried about this site near the 6th and Wadsworth interchange for 2 years now.
Yeah, they said the mounting trash, fires, and contamination were all big concerns. And while the area has been cleaned up, many wonder if it will in fact stay that way. Fox 31's Aaliyah Sims went back to the area, spoke to people living nearby. She's joining us live now with the very latest in this case. Aaliyah?
Yeah, Christine, what a difference a few hours make. CDOT crews here, along with help from Lakewood officers, they cleared that encampment earlier today. That process started around 9 this morning and lasted about 8 hours. Now, the neighbor that contacted Fox 31 was amazed to finally see some action.
It is about time on you.
Brett Charbonneau and Bob Imlegrat are relieved tonight after watching crews clear out a growing encampment near this busy interchange at 6th and Wadsworth.
First thing I want to say is thanks to Fox 31 and the problem solvers for helping us, because without you, this problem wouldn't be getting solved.
It's the second time in recent years this same area has been cleared. Here is a view of before and after. You can see just how big of a difference it is now. Charbonneau has lived in this area for more than 30 years. We first spoke to him 2 weeks ago.
Of course, we all feel better. We can sleep at night.
He and his neighbors say they were fed up after years of trying to get someone to help them clean the encampment up. But he says no one would help, so we started making calls. Last Wednesday, notices went out to people here saying they had until today to clear this area out.
Fox 31 actually got a hold of the people that were responsible.
Glad they're finally getting it cleaned up. But at the same time, we the neighborhood, need to be vigilant.
CDOT provided Fox 31 with a statement that reads in part, a great deal of coordination with other agencies is required for CDOT to remove homeless encampments on CDOT property. On average, CDOT removes about 2 to 3 encampments a week. While Lakewood police said, quote, we are glad to report that the camps have been cleaned up and removed. During the cleaning process, Lakewood police were on hand to ensure everyone's safety. We can confirm that all camps on CDOT property have been cleaned, and we will continue to work with CDOT as a partner in these efforts.
If they don't do something, and I'm thinking maybe fence it off so these people can't get in there as easily, they're going to come back.
And a CDOT spokesperson said that they are aware that it is possible for that area to become populated again with homeless encampments. Now, they say that they will just have to coordinate with local law enforcement agencies to clear it out again. Now, while they could not say how much that project costs today, they did say $2 to $3 million out of the maintenance budget is spent annually to clean up encampment on their property. Reporting live here in front of the CDOT headquarters, Aaliyah Sims, Fox 31.
A new report is looking into how Colorado is doing when it comes to addressing homelessness. The Metro Denver Homeless Initiative released the state's first ever State of Homelessness report, expanding on previous reports that only focused on the Metro Denver area. They found more than 52,000 people in the state needed help with housing last year. They also found a direct correlation between health and housing. According to the new report, more than half the people experiencing homelessness in Colorado have what is described as a disabling condition. The report also highlighted the high cost of housing as a barrier to affording a home. They say someone would need to work about 2.5 full-time jobs at minimum wage to rent a 2-bedroom apartment here. The statewide report was funded by the Colorado Department of Local Affairs.
52,806. That's how many of our neighbors experienced homelessness in Colorado last year. Thank you for joining us for Denver 7 News at 6. I'm Ryan Fish.
And I'm Jessica Porter. Glad you're with us tonight. That number comes from Colorado's first ever statewide homelessness report. Service care providers combined their information, making sure that there were no duplicates.
And Denver 7's Danielle Kreuter explains other key takeaways and what that data might be used for.
Advocates say this is the first time data from all across the state has been used to create a very accurate representation of homelessness in Colorado. While the numbers are helpful to identify the scope of the issue, it also reveals a heartbreaking reality. Around 52,000 people were homeless in Colorado last year. 30% were chronically homeless, and about 6% were veterans.
We can use this data to see any trends, specifically see if things are getting better or worse, but also see what kind of programs across the state are working.
This study is a lot different than the point-in-time survey you're probably used to hearing about that gives a snapshot of one night in a specific community. This study found 23,000 students in Colorado were homeless last year. While the majority were either in shared housing or a shelter, about 5,000 in total were either unaccompanied, living in a motel, or on the streets. Advocates say young adults experience a unique set of challenges when it comes to being homeless.
Family instability is one big piece of the puzzle. 1 in 3 foster care youth are homeless on the day they turn 18, and 2 out of 3 in 9 months. So we just have this big cliff that drives sort of why people are ending up in the on the streets.
Housing costs are part of the issue. Using the state's minimum wage, the study determined it would take 104-hour work weeks to be able to afford a 2-bedroom apartment at fair market pricing. For the average 2-bedroom apartment, you'd have to work more than 2.5 jobs at minimum wage.
I think it's really concerning to know that almost 1 out of 100 people in Colorado experienced homelessness in a year, and we see rising housing costs and people being evicted at record rates. But it's really important to get people stable and then provide those wraparound services.
Of the advocates we spoke to, they tell me they're eager to have this very clear look at the scope of homelessness in Colorado to compare what's working and what's not when it's time to redo the study next year. I'm Danielle Kreuter, Denver 7.
Taking this issue further in depth, two of the largest cities in the metro are clashing over how to solve homelessness. Aurora uses a work-first approach. Advocates prioritize employment to get people off the street, followed by access to housing.
It is a tough love approach to helping people. I think the evidence is that the housing first model just is not working. And so it's time to try something different.
Denver, on the other hand, uses a housing first method, prioritizing permanent housing to help people.
The thing for folks to get their head around here is housing first is not housing only. Housing only doesn't work. Housing first is we get you inside, we get you into a stable situation.
Housing first advocates say if a person's home life is stable, they're more likely to hold down a job. The city of Denver says unsheltered homelessness fell by 11% in Denver in 2024.
As we know from that study, homelessness is not just a Denver metro issue. In a recent episode of Real Talk, Denver 7 and Colorado Public Radio talked about how this is impacting communities statewide. Grand Junction, for example, has one of the highest per capita populations of people without stable housing in the state. CPR's Western Slope reporter talked about what draws unhoused people to Grand Junction.
We're really the end of the line. We have the most temperate weather anywhere on the Western Slope. So people really converge in Grand Junction because they can survive a winter here. Also because we have services that none of these other small communities would have. We have the only overnight shelter that would take anybody between Salt Lake City and Denver.
If you missed this episode, you can find it online at denver7.com/realtalk. New episodes air Sunday evenings at 5:30 right here on Denver 7.
Tonight at 9, the federal government is canceling tens of millions of dollars in grants for the city and county of Denver. We have confirmed the Department of Homeland Security says FEMA will not pay Denver $24 million in grant money promised to help shelter migrants. FEMA had already given the city $8 million of the $32 million it originally promised. In a letter obtained by Fox 31, FEMA writes in part, quote, grant programs that support or have the potential to support illegal immigration through funding illegal activities or support for illegal aliens that is not consistent with DHS's enforcement focus do not effectuate the agency's current priorities. Today, Denver's budget director also said a $1 million grant for housing electrification has been cut and several grants for public health could be in jeopardy. Overall, Denver's budget has anywhere from $100 to $200 million of grant money, most of it coming from the feds.
The city does not have the capacity, if all of that federal funding were to go away, to backfill it. And so that is another risk that we are carefully monitoring and very concerned about. There have been several grant terminations.
We reached out to the mayor's office about the potential impact of the FEMA cuts on this year's budget. Officials saying the short-term impact is small. They sent us a statement saying, quote, FEMA dollars take an eternity, and these were never going to be factored into either this year's budget or next year's. We've only received about a quarter of the grant in question to date. But ultimately, it's still money the city could use, and we worked very hard to procure in response to a crisis that was not our making.
President Trump signed a new executive order today targeting what the White House considers to be sanctuary cities. And the administration says there could be serious consequences for those that don't comply with their immigration crackdown. As Denver 7's Colette Bordelon found out, the city has already been prepping for cuts, and they know more could come.
Immigration happens every day. But in late 2022, Colorado started to see a historic influx of new arrivals to the city. Since then, the city has served more than 42,000 immigrants.
I think we had the chance to explain what Denver does, why we think it's a common sense policy.
Denver Mayor Mike Johnston was one of 4 Democratic mayors called to testify before Congress last month about their so-called sanctuary cities.
Mayor Johnston, is Denver a sanctuary city?
Folks use that term differently. I can tell you what Denver does. We do not.
Okay, I take that as a yes.
It's a title Denver has held since President Donald Trump's first administration, even though the city has never referred to itself as a sanctuary city. And apartment complexes in neighboring Aurora made national headlines heard on the campaign trail.
If you look at what's happening with the Venezuelans taking over, I mean, they're taking over large pieces of real estate in Colorado, and you have a Democrat governor who's petrified of them.
On Monday, President Trump signed an executive order aimed at bringing sanctuary cities into compliance with the federal government.
It's quite simple. Obey the law, respect the law, and don't obstruct federal immigration officials and law enforcement officials when they are simply trying to remove public safety threats from our nation's communities.
Part of that executive order states that within 30 days, the Attorney General and Homeland Security will publish a list of state and local jurisdictions that, quote, obstruct the enforcement of federal immigration laws. The order calls those sanctuary jurisdictions, and once they've been designated, there are consequences like suspending or terminating federal funding. The city of Denver was already preparing for potential cuts before that executive order was signed. FEMA telling the city within the last month it will not reimburse them roughly $24 million meant for the city's newcomer response over concerns the city was using it for, quote, illegal activities. This was revealed during a city Department of Finance meeting Monday afternoon, in which the city's budget director says they will not include that money as part of the 2026 budget.
The city does not have the capacity, if all of that federal funding were to go away, to backfill it. And so that is another risk that we are carefully monitoring and very concerned about.
Colette Bordelon, Denver 7.
Governor Polis reacting to this new executive order. A spokesperson says, quote, Colorado is not a sanctuary state, and Governor Polis has been clear that when it comes to criminal investigations or prosecutions, local law enforcement should be working with federal partners in accordance with state and federal law to fight crime.
A federal judge has granted a temporary restraining order barring the federal government from removing migrants under the Colorado Alien Enemies Act. President Trump's administration says some of those migrants are tied to a gang from Venezuela. The U.S. Supreme Court recently said migrants are subject to removal under that act should be given a reasonable amount of time to challenge it. Today, that federal judge ruled migrants must be given 21 days notice and informed of their right to an attorney before enforcement.
Welcome back here and happening today. Denver City Council set to finalize plans for a professional women's soccer stadium.
Yeah, this has been in the works, although it's been happening really, really fast. Fox 31's Lisa D'Souza joins us live near Broadway and I-25 with the details. Again, coming together quickly, Lisa.
Good morning. Yeah, a lot of people really excited about this. So tonight will be kind of the final vote on this process. Now, if you're not familiar with this stretch, here's where it would be set up. If you've been around the Santa Fe Yards area where we're at here this morning, you can see just how big this space is. And if you live or work in this area, kind of in the heart of the city here, you know that it has basically been empty like this for decades at this point. So here's a breakdown of what's expected tonight. Specifically, they'll vote on if the city should spend the $50 million to buy the land here and make improvements to the area, while the team actually pays for the stadium itself. Now, in this video here, you can see some renderings of what it would look like. Pretty cool. Now, the National Women's Soccer League says it would have 14,500 seats, transform into an entertainment district. They'd add in some walking and bike paths with this overall goal of being mass transit friendly. Now, it's unclear how many parking spots there would be. That certainly has drawn some concern from people who live and work in this area. Under the proposal, about 14 acres would be redeveloped. And again, as a lot of people who live in this stretch know, that this big plot of land here sat empty for quite some time at this point. So if this all moves forward, we could see it open in spring of 2028. Again, final vote tonight, so it is expected to pass. And of course, we'll be keeping a close eye on that for you and all the next steps to come in the months and years ahead. For now, we're live in Denver. Lisa D'Souza, Fox 31.
Yeah, and a beautiful morning out there, too, isn't it? 57 degrees already, Lisa? Warming up?
I know, yeah. I really don't need to be wearing my coat anymore. It feels great out here.
It's okay. You're in the shade.
Yeah.
It makes a difference, but you're in the shade.
There you go.
Thank you. So I'd be wearing one too. All right. Thanks, Lisa.
Nothing is standing in the way of Democrats at the state capitol, except for other Democrats. They're ending the legislative session with a mixed scorecard.
We got a lot of the items that we laid out in the State of the State done. There's always more work to do.
Colorado's got a lengthy track record of expensive natural disasters, but planning for future disasters just got harder. Denverites pack into cathedrals to celebrate the selection of a historic new pope. And Colorado's farmers are making sure their industry has a bright future by teaming up with solar farms.
It's definitely not a traditional way of ranching it by no means.
All that and more tonight on Next.
When the state legislature is the same party as the governor, they can pretty much get whatever they want done. But Democratic Governor Jared Polis did not get everything he wanted from the Democratic-controlled state legislature this session. And yet, you wouldn't know it based on how friendly they all seem today. Politics guy Marshall Zellinger reviews Polis's promises.
There's always next year, a sports adage that surprisingly fits politics today, as Democratic Governor Jared Polis defended what he did and did not get from the Democratic-controlled legislature.
We got a lot of the items that we laid out in the State of the State done, and those that we didn't, we plan to continue to work on in the future.
A housing promise Polis made in his January speech was to change building codes to allow new 5-story multifamily residences to have a single staircase. That bill is awaiting his signature. Another bill limits lawsuits for condo construction errors, with the idea being more condos would be built at lower prices than homes. The catchy named Yes in God's Backyard would have given churches and schools permission to build housing on their land regardless of local zoning laws. That failed. But there's always next year for that bill that will put the state at odds with local elected leaders.
Yes, in God's Backyard, we'll plan on continuing working on next year and hopefully get it done.
With the Democratic-controlled legislature rejecting some of his key policy wishes, is the seemingly presidential hopeful a lame duck governor.
I think this session was much better for us than 2 sessions ago when our whole housing agenda failed at the end of session in one bill.
When the session begins in January, the first 5 bills introduced by lawmakers are key policies they want passed, like Senate Bill 5, which would allow unions to form without a currently required second vote. And Polis plans to veto it, but refused to say the word veto, even when pushed by Colorado Sun reporter Jesse Paul.
I think that is what I've indicated very clearly, Jesse. I mean, I don't know how you can interpret that any other way.
Then there's the impact of decisions made in Washington, D.C.
And who's in the White House doesn't affect the steps we need to take here to build more housing, to better fund law enforcement, to better fund youth interventions.
But it does, because Polis admitted that once Congress figures out how much it will or will not fund Medicaid and food assistance, Colorado lawmakers could be called back into a special session to find money and likely cut elsewhere. Colorado's budget starts July 1st. That federal budget starts October 1st. The next Colorado legislative session is next January. So any funding decision made by Congress will impact Colorado before lawmakers go back to work. And that's why a special session is likely. Angela.
So a special session to talk about how not to spend as much money, but then special sessions cost money.
It costs money. You got to pay the lawmakers. You got to pay the staff. I don't know. There's always an estimate, and I don't remember what it is at this moment. But yeah, as they're coming back to work to cut money, if they have to cut money, they also have to take into account cutting enough money to cover the costs of being at work for 3 days.
It's a little bit of a balance. We'll see how it goes. Thanks, Marshall. Denver City councilors say they're likely staring down the barrel of a multi-million-dollar budget shortfall next year due to flatlining tax revenue and global economic uncertainty. But that's not stopping the city from considering significant raises for several top officials. The raises would go to the executive directors of 12 city departments, including Dottie, Public Safety, Parks and Rec, and the city attorney's office. The city's chief financial officer would be in for the biggest raise, a nearly 44% increase up to $266,000 a year. And Denver Airport CEO Phil Washington would be the highest paid mayoral appointee by far, getting a 17%.
It definitely should, and that's what I want to talk about at city council.
Went over. They're like this whole, they just fucked us you know, with FEMA.
Yeah.
You mean, we fucking the mayor fucked us.
Mm-hmm.
Mayor did that. That's why there's no grant money.
Raise up to $406,000 a year. Some city councilors question whether it's really the right time to be handing out raises since the city expects the budget to shrink next year. But others argue the raises are necessary to bring Denver's salaries in line with what other major cities are paying.
One of the things that is concerning to me is that having this conversation just right now while we're talking about city departments having to do a lot more with a lot less. The cleaning staff is furloughed 2 days a week now. That's low paying jobs that are really important. And so when I compare the need of that person to someone making over 200,000, it hurts my heart.
There is never a good time to have this conversation, but also we have to pay our people fairly.
If City Council approves the raises, they would go into effect July 1st. The proposal calls for most of the funding for these raises to be taken out of the mayor's budget this year to absorb the immediate impact on agencies. The federal database that meteorologists use to keep us safe during natural disasters is going away. Part of more federal cuts just announced today. Our Evan Krugel shows us why it could have lasting impacts here in Colorado.
Some storms aren't just measured by the size of what falls.
Tennis ball size hail in Wheat Ridge, 2-inch diameter hail in Denver.
Some are measured by how much it costs to clean up.
Weather geeks, climate geeks, we love to unpack all of it.
Becky Bollinger knows a thing or two about hail.
I would like to think so.
The former assistant state climatologist was there in 2019 to record one of the biggest hailstones ever found here.
Yeah, well, Russ measured it and I stood there and watched and took a picture. And
She's been tracking disasters in Colorado for decades and often relies on info from a NOAA database that shows the cost of extreme weather events.
I think it's a super big deal.
Today, Becky found out that database will no longer be updated.
Yeah, I think this decision essentially comes down to anything that really has the word climate in it is kind of being targeted. I can say that being a climate scientist myself, that this is something that we're seeing across the board. Pretty much anything that says climate, it's getting put under the microscope.
From hail to fire to winter storms, the data shows Colorado has seen 76 separate billion-dollar disasters since 1980, one of the highest totals in the country. Becky is worried Coloradans will feel the impact more than most.
It's really going to make it harder to know what events we need to prepare for, what areas are at risk for certain events, and we will feel the loss of that.
Now, insurance companies do track a lot of the same data, but that's private information and they don't have to release it. That database will remain accessible, but it won't have any new information on it moving forward. Angeline, so far, no billion-dollar disasters here yet in 2025, but we know it's only a matter of time before we see that next one here.
And we also know that they use this system, right, to compare and sort of predict how much things are going to cost. So without this, whole program in place, what do you do?
And that's what makes it so difficult. A good example, the Marshall Fire burns just 6,000 acres, but it cost more than $2 billion in damage. The Cameron Peak Fire, more than 200,000 acres, but only $100 million in damage. So only looking at the size of natural disasters doesn't give you that full scope. That's why these costs are so critical.
All right, Evan, thank you so much. 3 law enforcement officers who were on scene the night of a Clear Creek County deputy that he shot and killed Christian Glass have had their charges dropped after making a plea deal with prosecutors. That deal included taking additional training and making a video that will be used to teach other departments what not to do.
Everyone should have taken a step back and kind of delayed things and taken a breather.
That's Idaho Springs officer Brittany Morrow, one of several officers charged with failure to intervene in Glass's death in 2022. Glass called 911 in Clear Creek County while having a mental health crisis. The 22-year-old had crashed his car and refused to get out of the car when deputies arrived, saying he was scared. Former deputy Andrew Buin broke his car window, shot him with beanbag rounds, fired a taser at Glass, and then shot him 5 times. 4 other officers were charged with failing to intervene as well, but prosecutors have dropped the cases against 3 of those officers after they made these training videos describing their experience. That includes former Clear Creek deputy Tim Collins, who was Buin's partner that night.
What I think went wrong was a breakdown in communication. If I could go back, I would tap him on the shoulder or maybe speak a little bit louder and say, hey, bud, do you want me to take this contact over?
The DA told us if this video teaches one person or one officer to de-escalate enough to save a life, the plea deal will have been successful. More than 20,000 gallons of gas spilled on a reservation in Colorado. The tribe isn't happy with that cleanup so far. Denver celebrated an announcement made thousands of miles away today.
I didn't know anything about Pope Leo XIV until we had just this announcement this afternoon.
Colorado Catholics weigh in on a shock announcement. The first American pope next. The Southern Ute Indian tribe is frustrated with the response from a pipeline company and the state after a pipeline failure 5 months ago on their reservation. In December, an Enterprise Products pipeline spilled 23,000 gallons of gas in southwest Colorado and Durango and on the reservation. Several homes were evacuated and all but one homeowner has returned. Colorado's health department is responsible for overseeing that investigation, but the tribe says no one visited the site until last week. The health department says they normally oversee spill response remotely, and they've been having meetings with the tribe 3 times a week. The company says they've been working with the health department on a plan to protect drinking water and the Animas River by testing water as well as soil samples. Next week, the company is launching drones to get a better look at the spill. They're also considering installing a trench to prevent the gas from reaching the river. The tribe says they plan on holding the company accountable for all the damage and any impact on natural and cultural resources. Denver City Council is distancing themselves from Suncor Energy by rejecting a $25 million contract to buy asphalt from the company. Council members called out the pollution from Suncor's refinery in Commerce City as the reason. They voted unanimously this week to find another vendor for that asphalt. Suncor has paid tens of millions of dollars in penalties to the EPA as well as the state, while continuing to violate pollution limits. And hi, Kathy. It was a beautiful day today. And, hopefully more of that in store for the weekend.
If that's what you would like, that's what we'll deliver.
Okay, you know what? I like that. How about more of that?
Okay. Yeah, the 9 News Weather Impact Team. We want to keep you and everybody else happy, Angeline. And today, I just found that a lot of people were really happy with the break from the rain and the snow, and the sunshine just really helps to improve the mood and also warming us up a bit. Almost 70 in Denver today. Temperatures still in the mid-60s with light winds at the surface, but there's enough of a northerly wind flow that we're tracking a few showers coming from north to south over elevated terrain. Denver stays dry tonight. There's a little bit of shower activity out on the eastern plains, not reaching the ground. We'll see this again tomorrow. Skies will be clearing here, and this will be our first 8 p.m. sunset of this season, which is great. You'll wake up to sunshine again tomorrow. We'll see some high clouds in Denver with a few foothill and mountain showers, very similar to today, moving from north to south. Temperatures not as cold tonight. We started at 36 this morning. We'll jump to the mid-70s tomorrow, upper 70s Saturday, low 80s for Mother's Day Sunday. A warm weather trend continues into early next week, and then a bit cooler midweek with a chance of afternoon showers.
A little rain and then a little sun. Thanks, Kathy. Chances are, if you were in downtown Denver at some point today, you heard the bells ringing at the Cathedral Basilica near Logan and Colfax. Denver's Catholic community was celebrating the selection of a new pope, and the announcement came as a shock.
Turned out to be an American, which we've never thought in the life of the Catholic Church that we would ever see this moment. I didn't know anything about Pope Leo XIV until we had just this announcement this afternoon, and I had to look him up and see who he was.
Cardinal Robert Prevost, a Chicago native, became the first American-born pope in history today. He'll now be known as Pope Leo XIV. He's also a Peruvian citizen and spent several years in Augustinian leadership there before taking a leadership role in Rome in 2023. He's known as a centrist in the church, helping enact some of Pope Francis's more progressive reforms. Catholics in Colorado say Pope Leo was a surprise pick, given the Vatican's long-standing hesitancy to pick an American pope.
U.S. with all of our other political clout and the influence we have on the global scene, everybody's always just written it off and said, oh, we'll have an Italian or somebody from another part of the world, but to have somebody who grew up in Chicagoland go off and become Pope is quite a bit of good news for all of us in the middle of this country here today.
The last pope to take the name Leo was Leo XIII, an Italian who led the church from 1878 to 1903. Catholic leaders say the name suggests a continuation of Pope Francis's work with poor and marginalized communities.
Why sheep? Sheep are really perfectly suited to graze on our solar sites.
Dozens of sheep are fully booked for the summer at a community solar garden in northern Colorado. And a reminder, you can always catch Next streaming each night at 6 p.m. on 9 News Plus. And Next is now a podcast each weeknight. Find us wherever you get your podcasts. Finding ways to make agriculture viable and sustainable is a constant struggle on Colorado's Eastern Plains, and sometimes you just need a little help to make it happen. That's a story between a farmer and a rancher in Weld County.
There's this huge opportunity to have this kind of dual harvest of the sun happening.
We were releasing the sheep on PS36 for Pivot Energy.
I'm Angie Burke with Pivot Energy.
Oh, they're so good.
Come. My name is Tom Brown. I own Brown Land and Livestock, and we graze sheep on renewable energy sites. So there's like 105 sheep. Pretty much their whole job here is just to maintain the vegetation for them instead of mechanical mowing.
Sheep are really perfectly suited to graze on our solar sites. They can get kind of underneath and around all of the solar equipment you see.
And that's all they do is just go back and forth eating grass. And it's definitely not a traditional way of ranching it by no means.
Ground-mounted solar arrays on agricultural land actually provide a really great solution that helps the landowner to maintain ownership of that parcel. It then supports other small and mid-sized family farms like Tom Brown.
Come on, buddy.
By providing a diversified and consistent revenue stream that's different from their usual operations.
I mean, kind of my focus is to be sustainable in ag, and this is like our opportunity to make sure that that happens for even, my kids' generation. The ranching still hasn't left just because we're on solar sites. Like our true values are, it goes back to just ranching. I think it went really good.
I think it was great. A community solar garden doesn't have to look a certain way, and that we can get creative and we can have this true co-location of energy production and agricultural production.
I love it. I mean, we couldn't be blessed even more.
The sheep will work throughout September. In addition to providing grazing for sheep, Pivot utilizes solar farms in Colorado to raise crops and for beehives too. We're back with a very heated debate, the most Colorado thing we saw today, next. The most Colorado thing we saw today, a little bit spicy. Now, the Denver Post reports the family that owns La Loma, that split ownership across locations because of divorce, found out who got custody of grandma's green chili recipe, and it turns out both sides will get rights to that recipe. So if you like it the way they dish it up, you'll still be able to find it at any of their locations. As far as feedback, no feedback. When Kyle's gone, you guys are so quiet. We want to hear from you because you never know. I might say something that he wouldn't. Thanks for joining us on Next.
New numbers show homicides and robberies are down significantly in Denver and Aurora, continuing a years-long trend. Now, it might not seem that way, in part because of the focus on crime that dominates local news, including on this station. But we interrupt that briefly for our Mark Salinger to provide some context as key categories of crime in our area continue to fall.
Scenes like this make the news nearly every day, but the context behind the crime tape and the flashing lights is harder to come by. New numbers compiled by the Major Cities Chiefs Association show the number of homicides and most violent crimes are down in both Denver and Aurora. In Denver, homicides are down 58% through the first 3 months of the year compared to the same time in 2024. 10 so far this year, 24 last year. It's a similar story in Aurora. Homicides are down from 11 to 7, a 36% drop through the first quarter of the year. Yet the reality doesn't always match the perception.
The homicides are down over 40%. Non-fatal shootings are down over the last couple of years, double digits. But you might not necessarily feel safe as you're living in Denver.
Last month, Denver Police Chief Ron Thomas stood on the 16th Street Mall and announced the creation of a new downtown police force. It came after 4 people were stabbed there. Even he acknowledges people may not feel comfortable coming to the area.
We recognize that we need to do a better job making sure that perception matches reality.
It's a similar challenge that Aurora has faced.
I will rescue Aurora and every town that has been invaded and conquered.
Robberies and aggravated assaults are also down in Aurora, even though a narrative picked up by the president aims to instill a fear that crime skyrocketed when Venezuelan migrants started arriving. Aurora PD Chief Todd Chamberlain told city council members last week crime continues to fall.
The city of Aurora and Aurora PD are actually in a really good spot right now. Our crime numbers are down 22.8% overall.
So these high-profile crime events or speeches alluding to high crime rates get a lot of coverage and traction, but they don't always tell the full story. Police continue to acknowledge that increasing the perception of safety with more officers, more patrols, very important in making people feel safe, even if the actual crime numbers are already dropping, Kyle.
And when we zoom way out for even more perspective, right, you had crimes go up during the pandemic. So if we string together years of declines, they're declining from a peak.
Yeah, so what that report says is that most major American cities are seeing similar trends, although Denver and Aurora are actually seeing steeper trends of crime declining. But most major American cities are seeing crime going down when you look at things like homicides and aggravated assaults, things like that. Spiked during the pandemic, coming down now.
All right. Well, we appreciate the perspective and return everyone to their previously scheduled crime coverage. Mark, thank you. The first school district in Colorado, far as we can tell, banning trans athletes, is now preemptively suing to protect its trans athlete ban, which the district declined to tell us how it plans to enforce. School District 49 in the Springs just passed that ban last week. District is already suing to prevent the state Civil Rights Commission from intervening. The district says that they are put in a quote-unquote untenable position, forced to choose between complying with Colorado's anti-discrimination laws or President Trump's executive order banning trans athletes from female sports. The suit also claims the state's policies protecting trans athletes violate the civil rights of other athletes in the district and put D49 at the risk of losing federal funding. The district is asking a judge to prevent the state from taking any action against the district over their new policy, although it's still not clear how the district plans to investigate each student's biological gender. Has a pro sports team owner ever been pressured to sell a team? Asking for a city. The city that is witnessing the Colorado Rockies' historically horrible 7-33 start. Only one team in baseball history has ever been worse at this point. Rockies are on their way to their 7th straight losing season. It would be their 13th losing season in the last 15. Shakeup over the weekend as Rockies owner Dick Monfort just fired manager Bud Blacc. Marshall Zellinger joins us now from Coors Field, where, Marshall, the Rockies are guaranteed not to lose tonight.
That's a big guarantee, Kyle. Let's consult the schedule here. The white box means they're on the road in Texas, so you're correct. They are not going to lose here at Coors Field tonight. Complain about ownership all you want, but what I learned today is unless owner Dick Monfort or other Major League Baseball owners start losing money, you're screaming into the void.
It is blocks from the Denver Mint, but a lot of money is made at 20th and Blake.
The reality of selling a franchise comes down to the bottom line and money. And with Coors Field, it's a destination vacation.
A destination Troy Rank visited for years as the Rockies beat reporter for the Denver Post. He's now a sports columnist and vocal critic of Rockies ownership.
I mean, anytime I've spent with Dick Monfort, I mean, he's a guy you have lunch with, talk shop with. He is a proven businessman. He's just not a baseball man.
Hard to argue about the owner of a team 1/3 of the way to 100 losses for the 3rd straight year.
Ultimately, always comes down to money.
There's that word again, money. Nikki Javala, formerly of the Denver Post, covers the Washington Commanders for the Washington Post, a team that former owner Dan Snyder was forced to rebrand.
First to change the name, that was pressure from sponsors who, wrote letters saying, we're severing our deals unless you change the name.
And then a team Snyder was forced to sell, but not because of anything the fans had to say.
I think the number of federal and NFL-led investigations weighed on the league as a whole.
Investigations about withholding revenue from other NFL teams and creating a toxic workplace led to the sale, not fan apathy. Because controversies with a team in the nation's capital is not good for generating capital.
They know the value there, and it was costing other team owners.
But I do think if you want to grab Dick Montfort's attention, it is through attendance.
As Rank said, Coors Field is a destination vacation. Although, look ahead to Memorial Day weekend when the New York Yankees are in town. The Blue Dots are unsold tickets for the Friday night game, the Saturday day game, and the Sunday day game. Metro area taxpayers built this place, and it's starting to look like they might not come.
So if you go Yankee series and it's 25,000 times 3 instead of 48, that's a huge hit, and you would hope it would cause an epiphany.
Usually, being the worst team in sports means you'll get a high draft pick and then you'll start getting star players and you'll start being good again. Here's the thing. Later this summer, the Rockies will pick 4th in the Major League Baseball draft. Last year, they picked 3rd. And because of anti-tanking rules in Major League Baseball, even if the Rockies finish with the worst record, let alone the worst record ever in baseball history, the highest they'll be able to pick is 10th. As Rank told me that statistic, he said, the team can't even fail right.
No, I've watched the Rockies. They're not tanking. They're just terrible.
So this anti-tanking rule deals with revenue sharing and revenue splitting, and because I believe it's because the Rockies get more revenue from other teams, you just can't sit on it and not be good. I have to look more into it, but you can only have 2 years of top 6 picks, and the Rockies have that. And now they're flirting with the worst ever, and they're going to be 10th at best. That's just crazy.
Yeah, there needs to be some kind of a run-sharing agreement in Major League Baseball. That's what the Rockies need. Marshall Zellinger, thank you. House Republicans have finally released their billion-dollar cost savings plan to pay for President Donald Trump's tax cuts and billions of dollars in Medicaid cuts. Now, the politics of this in Colorado are interesting because the 2 congressional districts that have the largest share of Coloradans on Medicaid are represented by the 2 most vulnerable Republicans in Colorado's congressional delegation. According to preliminary plans released this weekend, a lot of those cuts are going to come from Medicaid in terms of the $880 billion that is coming from one committee in particular. This could mean new work requirements, education service requirements for adults without dependence or disability, some new out-of-pocket costs for Medicaid recipients who live above the federal poverty line. House Republicans are also suggesting reducing federal reimbursements to states that allow people living in the U.S. without authorization to sign up for Medicaid. Colorado is one of those states that allows children and pregnant women to sign up for Medicaid coverage no matter their immigration status. That particular program has been a target of Republican Congressman Gabe Evans. Evans sits on the House Energy and Commerce Committee, so he's going to have a direct impact on deciding any cuts to Medicaid.
And unfortunately, we've seen where Colorado's priorities lies. They are spending tens of millions of dollars funding health care for illegal immigrants instead of cutting fraud, waste, and abuse. I am committed to making sure that we are good stewards of taxpayer money.
Evans's district has one of the highest proportions of Medicaid recipients in the state. Nearly 25% of his district relies on Medicaid. That's second only to Congressman Jeff Hurd's district on the Western Slope, where 30% of Coloradans are on Medicaid. Hurd has been on the other side of this. He's urged Republican leadership to preserve Medicaid, though Hurd did tell us earlier this year that work requirements would not be out of the question for him.
I think a work requirement is something that makes sense. Obviously, we would want to account for individual circumstances for those that are studying in school, but a work requirement is something that makes sense.
It's not just Medicaid. Republicans are also considering changes to the Affordable Care Act and the repeal of Biden-era green energy funding to pay for tax cuts. You did a real solid for Colorado's farmers and ranchers recently. Your donations are going to restart AgWell. That's a nonprofit mental health program that aims to prevent suicide in Colorado's rural communities. A recent loss of federal funding had that program paused. The future was uncertain. Then you raised more than $35,000 last week, enough for AgWell to resume their gatherings, their get-togethers, their programs where farmers and ranchers can open up about the stress of that often isolating profession, and they can get mental health help when the pressure becomes too much. We're just a couple weeks away from the 5th anniversary of your Word of Thanks weekly micro-giving campaigns, and we are real close to $15 million you've raised for nonprofits across our state. You've created a powerful force for good in our communities. .com or text next 303-871-1491. President Trump wants to accept a very pricey gift, a luxury plane for him. Now, Colorado's elected officials, they can take gifts too, just not plane-sized.
Everything is done in the walls of the school, so parents don't have to take their kids out of school to go get eye care.
Some kids in Colorado can go years without getting their eyes checked. A new partnership fills that gap in care. Next. Denver's plan to build a new women's soccer stadium could pass its first test in City Council tonight. They're voting on the initial agreement to purchase the land where the future stadium would stand. Back in March, an ownership group for a new National Women's Soccer League team announced plans to spend up to $200 million for a 14,000-seat stadium in Denver. They want to put it on a vacant 14-acre site near I-25 and Broadway in the Baker neighborhood. Under this deal, the city would spend up to $70 million, $50 million for the land and the infrastructure improvements, $20 million for trails, parks, a bridge, and other community improvements around the stadium. Some on City Council have expressed concerns about the city's budget and whether the potential economic benefits of this stadium are really going to be worth that cost.
An economist that I spoke to said that one way to think of paying for a stadium is it's like paying for a party. You pay for it for the intangibles, for the fun of it, because it's something that people want to do, but not because it's going to generate any permanent economic benefit.
There's particular hesitation on City Council about spending that much money on a sports stadium, given the economic uncertainty, in part due to President Trump's trade war against the world. Mayor Johnston says City Council approval tonight would just be a soft yes, says City Council could still kill the deal later this year. President Trump's insistence today that there's nothing wrong with him accepting the gift of a $400 million luxury jet from the Qatari royal family got us thinking about Colorado's gift limits for public officials. Somebody out there saying, oh, that's not fair. Qatar's not about to give a $400 million plane to the governor of Colorado, and I will give you that. So let's look at Colorado's gift limit through a more realistic lens. Suppose the state of Wyoming wanted to give Governor Jared Polis this 2014 Chevrolet Captiva Sport that I found for sale on Auto Trader in Cheyenne. They want $350 for this thing. It is the cheapest used car on the site in all of Wyoming. It's got that pretty big chunk of paint missing on the hood, 132,000 miles. Also, according to the listing, it does not run and needs an engine. But at $350, it is still way over Colorado's gift limit for public officials, which is currently $75 per year. So the state of Wyoming cannot gift that Chevrolet Captiva Sport to Colorado's governor. And if President Trump was an elected official in Colorado, that luxury jet from Qatar would be over the gift limit by $399,999,925.
A beautiful spring day with temperatures above average in the mid-80s. That's saying something considering where we were a week ago today. Cloudy, cool with periods of heavy rain. Average highs are in the mid-60s, but we're headed for 90. Some areas could see 90 tomorrow, and that would certainly be a record. Denver's high at 85 today, 89 in Lamar, 88 in Sterling, and 87 in Grand Junction. Watching the wind increasing out of the southwest. Elevated fire danger, something that we'll be talking about as this warm, dry weather pattern lasts the week. The wind advisory out across the western slope for gusty southwest winds, which are taking all the water out of the soil. We're in between storm systems, one in the northwest, one in the southwest, and one near Memphis that's bringing some beneficial rain to drought-ravaged Florida. But with high pressure centered over us, we've just got a couple of hit-and-miss little showers that show up briefly on the radar, and then out they go. And we'll see this again tomorrow with a few more afternoon clouds moving into the picture. The temperature trend, though, comfortable. We're dropping out of the 80s into the 60s by midnight, and the 7-day forecast includes above average temperatures heading into the weekend, and then a return of afternoon showers and storms with cooler highs in the 60s a week from today.
Students who need glasses don't even have to leave school to get them, thanks to a new partnership. And hey, thanks to another partnership, you can watch Next streaming each night at 6 p.m. on 9 News Plus. It's not a partnership. It's the same company, right? 9 News Plus, same thing. Anyway, whatever. Also, we're a podcast. You can find us where you get podcasts. I first realized that I needed glasses in second grade. School assembly, way in the back. My class was cheering for our friends on stage, and I was like, y'all can see who is up there? For some students in Jeffco schools, the solution for that imperfect vision came right to them today. Our Byron Reed was there.
Success in the classroom takes vision.
3/5 plus 4/15.
But some students might need a little help.
Because I couldn't see the answers in the questions.
For fifth grader Litzy Altamirano, it's a problem she's focused on fixing.
I've got like 2 pairs of glasses, but my sister broke them.
Litzy is one of 50 students at Stevens Elementary School in Wheat Ridge receiving free eyeglasses.
Because I needed the glasses and then
Jeffco Schools partnered with I Love Care to make sure no students struggle in the classroom through their No Vision Left Behind program.
We're fitting the glasses to the kid's face and really just forming them behind the ears.
Keegan Meyer is the president of the optometry group bringing eye care to underserved students in Title I schools. This year, they've distributed more than 13,000 pairs of eyeglasses statewide.
A lot of these parents, some of them don't have transportation. They're within these realms between Medicaid and making too much for Medicaid but not enough to really get by.
The group performs comprehensive eye exams for students.
Okay, you're all set. All right.
And provides glasses to those who need them at no cost.
And they get 3 pairs of glasses. They get their first initial pair. If they break those, they go to the nurse. Another pair is ordered and brought right back to the school.
Oh my goodness.
It's the district's effort to improve student grades.
Well, we believe so strongly at Jeffco that we just want to build these community partnerships because it really wraps around the whole child. We give them the resources that they need so they can be in class and learn.
I'm going to make them a little tighter behind your ears. Okay?
For Litzy and her classmates, their vision has improved.
Okay, have a great summer. You're welcome.
So now they can see their accomplishments crystal clear.
If you can't see, you can't learn. And so this whole program was created to bridge that gap.
For Next,
good and thankful.
I'm Byron Reed.
Smart looking kids in those glasses. Hey, Denver City Council just gave the soft okay to the soccer stadium. And look, here's Maryland brace free for the first time in a long time. Very gentle fist bump. Good stuff. Feedback next. Feedback tonight from Steve and Parker, who writes, at least Kyle showed his support for the Rockies with the blazer tonight, or that's his Bud Black morning coat. Steve says, please tell us which it is. Steve, I'll just say, Bud Black seems like a really good man, right? He seems like a very good guy who did the best with what he had. That's probably all I should say about that. Joanne writes on Twitter, the Rockies suck. Kyle Clark sucks. Match made in heaven. Go easy, Joanne. The Rockies and I can't help it. And a text that says, your eyes are especially blue this evening with the blue shirt. My husband dared me to text. He now owes.
That's it. So we appreciate y'all staying up late with us. Take the heart. That's the end of this. Appreciate y'all staying up late with us and everything. That's the end of the show now. So appreciate it. Everybody staying up late with us. Make sure y'all like and subscribe to Frontline Black News. We'll be out for a few days. Catch up on our past episodes, including this one. And we can see y'all next Saturday. Yeah. So, let's take it. How anything you want to leave the people with?
I'm covering the deep trout. But I don't know when I'll be next time I'll have a chance to get on. So that's pretty much it. So we're kind of the next couple of days will be hard. Safe flights to be here. See you in a few days.
Let's get to RBA sometime this week, hopefully. All right, y'all. Appreciate everybody that tapped in. Jay Millie, Twin, Kahari, Matt 285, and of course Shabaka for joining us. All right, we'll see y'all later. Peace. Black empowerment. Peace, love, light, reparations, separations, and black empowerment. Shane Kuma. So this is going to conclude season 5, episode 7, part 3, part 3 of the Frontline Black News. We'll see y'all on Saturday for season 5, season 5, episode 8, part 1 of the Frontline Black News. In the meantime, make sure you like and subscribe to Frontline Black News and the Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook. Use the YouTube page. And we will see y'all then. Peace.